go.
Okay, so we kind of pick up where we left off. Kind of you guys are just kind of entering the city gates of Alirist. It's a kind of a mid-autumn afternoon, but kind of Titus, this is still much hotter than you're really comfortable with, and kind of the telltale humidity of the Empire is kind of really starting to get on your nerves a little bit. Goliaths weren't really meant for this kind of climate, and it's not your most kind of favourite destination.
Oh.
But the kind of city guards are standing. There's a few more than you remembered on the gate. They're kind of watching over the kind of the common folk of the Ilfari Empire kind of come and go about their business. And it seems now that the kind of the fruits of the farmers' labour are kind of being brought into the city for what you kind of assume to be the big post-harvest markets. There are kind of carts ferrying crops and some livestock being kind of led along the road. So you managed to kind of really slip into the city without anybody taking much notice of you, and there is a kind of a buzz. There's more people in the city than last time you were here, and you can kind of hear that in kind of the streets, kind of people are haggling over different things. You can see two elves kind of in quite a fierce debate over kind of the price of a sheep that one of them's trying to sell to the other. But it's kind of midday-ish by the time you arrive. So what's on the agenda?
Does anyone want to take a look around before we head to the academy? Whatever
Anywhere
it was called.
but a library.
I was going to suggest the library.
Well, the library is on the way.
It's in the academy.
Yeah, they're on the campus, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Academy, is that the right word?
Yeah, so you guys kind of remember this kind of large institution which kind of houses the kind of the library, the college, and kind of on its upper floors, this kind of specialised hospital unit where Aquidial is kind of being cared for. But it all kind of falls under the jurisdiction of the Mages College.
As we're going in, Crispy, Titus is just going to keep his eye open for Umvalor, his friend that him, Shug, and Havel made.
Yep. So Titus, you're obviously standing, kind of head and shoulders above the rest of the crowd, and you kind of cast your eyes about. In this part of town, it looks more like the common folk who live off the land. You can't really see anyone dressed up in the kind of the robes and kind of finery you would expect of the mages.
Okay.
But are we heading then to the college?
Yeah, that's probably the priority, right?
Yeah.
So, the roads leading up to the college kind of take you a little bit away from this kind of hubbub that's going on. And you kind of find the crowds thin out a little bit, making it kind of easier to make your way up. Titus, you keep your eyes peeled. You don't see your friends in the crowds. You get a few students, but they're kind of looks like they're hurrying towards something or other, probably late for lectures after the previous night's drinking. But you come to the kind of the big imposing entrance door that you kind of knocked out last time, and the Lionhead speaker is still there.
We'll give it a buzz.
Yes. What can I help you with today?
Yes, we are returning to visit our friend Quinil. He's in the hospital.
Visiting hours are not for a while yet. Do you have permission from a doctor to come in?
Yes, we need to speak to Pedlamir. Was that his name?
The kind of line doesn't say anything for a while, but then you kind of hear a click, and the door kind of swings inwards with a kind of a small creak.
Yeah. Go in.
Okay, so as you guys filter in, it's very much the same as what you remembered. It seems the kind of a business of the market has made very little, if not no, impact on the kind of happenings of the college. So you kind of see a few mages sitting around reading, kind of in the big courtyard. But you kind of make your way up the flights of stairs to where you kind of last left Aquiniel. And as you enter the ward, you can kind of see that the kind of the other patient who was there last time has kind of long since departed. It seems to only be Aquiniel left in this ward now. But as you kind of approach, you see a doctor kind of get up from kind of a little desk in an office kind of to one side, and he kind of walks out, and kind of you recognize it as being Petlamir. Ah, you're back. Good to see you. And he kind of looks down to Aquiniel. I'm afraid it's very much the same as the last time you were here. He's not making any progress, but he's not getting worse either. But well, tell me, how are we doing about the whole spleen situation?
Havel?
Yeah, Havel will just get out the wrapped up spleen that he still has and present it.
Wasn't easy, certainly, but we managed it.
I don't know what you're on about, it's easy for me.
Well, I have no doubt. And he kind of snatches almost this kind of proffered spleen from Havel. Well, the spleen here seems to be in a reasonable condition. He kind of turns it over in his hands, kind of looking at it. Looks like we'll have plenty of material. Good. Well, you'll be pleased to know that whilst you were gone, I've had a bit of time with not really many other patients to deal with, so I've been doing a little bit of further reading in some of the more unconventional medical books available to us here. I have good news and I have bad news, I'm afraid.
What is good news?
Well, the good news is this potion that I'm concocting will definitely be able to provide the oomph needed to reattach Aquiniel's soul to his physical form. So we've got that going for us.
And what is oomph news?
Yes. So, according to my studies, one of the main causes for incidents like this is when people inexperienced with plane walking find themselves inadvertently thrust into another realm. It is, well, as you can imagine, very, well, disorientating, I think, is probably an understatement, but most people who end up this way, their soul finds itself unable to find its way back to their body. And this is probably the part you're not going to like.
I
We're-
think I see where this is going.
We're going to need somebody or a group of somebodies to lead him out, as it were. And
Holy shit!
and for that, I'm not quite prepared. That we're going to need some more ingredients, and I get a feeling you're not really going to like that either.
I guess a dragon spleen.
No, nothing so arcane this time. However, it is going to be rare. We're going to need about a pint of Tumorelia extract. Rulin, roll me a history check, please.
Oh.
What is it, minimum?
Torek?
I could probably do it.
As an alchemist, yeah, actually, I reckon you'd know what that was, and you'd probably have advantage on it because of your background.
Cool. What area is it? History, Arcana.
That'll be history.
Alrighty. That's sick.
First roll of the session was a 2.
Plus 11 to that, so it's a 28.
So Tumorelia extract is an extraordinarily potent sedative. It induces kind of not quite coma-like, but kind of a very deep, kind of conducive to dream-like state in a patient. However, usually the doses you're kind of looking at for the average use is the like milliliters. It's liquid. So to kind of ask for a full pint is kind of quite a tall order. You also know that whilst kind of it does have its uses in kind of respectable fields, this is largely sought after as a kind of a narcotic. It's quite potent, and it is kind of goes by the street name of Shimmer quite a lot.
It's really going to be in high demand.
So I think actually, ruling on kind of hearing Torek kind of relay this, you would recall that you kind of, when you were little, you kind of saw your father have one of the servants kind of beaten with a fire poker for being kind of caught with some like a little vial of this. You never knew what it was, but you didn't really kind of want to ask either. But it's quite not popular, but it's not uncommon in the Ilafari Empire amongst kind of some of the lower kind of social stratas. There's a kind of a means of escapism, really. But yeah, so a pint of this is going to be quite a substantial amount to come by. Yes, as I said, it's not quite a dragon, but it's probably not going to be easy either.
And where would we endeavour about finding?
Well, to be honest with you, I'm not able to point you in a certain direction, but I'm sure if you were to kind of frequent some of the less reputable taverns or kind of the alleyways, you might find somebody who specialises in this kind of thing.
I'm sure Torek will have some ideas.
He's only new to the drug addict game.
That's why he keeps telling you, Rulin.
Oh, yeah.
It's only my third hit. I just need 20 copper.
Well, Perhaps there's better ways of finding it, but we'll have to look into it. Anyway.
Well, yes, whatever. It doesn't really matter where it comes from, I suppose, but I have everything else we need, you see. The rest of it's all above board, but we just need something to kind of really loosen your consciousness to the point where you'll be able to go and retrieve Quiniel.
Yes.
Is a liter really necessary? Isn't that an absolutely massive dose?
It's a pint, and a lot of it is going to be used up in the alchemical processes, but yes, you will be taking a substantially larger dose than would usually be applicable.
Oh, flipping heck. Okay.
Titus is lightweight. He only need a little bit.
Yeah, the rest of us actually only need about a little tiny pinch each. It's Titus that needs 3/4
like-
pint. Like.
Just need some fucking elephant tranquilizer.
This is tasty juice.
It's got to be spoon fed to Titus because his skin just resists the needle's piercing damage.
Stupid.
Well, I suppose we should start researching.
Well,
Hit the streets.
I'll be here. I'm just tidying up a few administrative odds and ends, but I'll be ready to make that potion as soon as you're back.
Very well.
Well, good luck, and hopefully I'll see you soon.
Yes.
So he kind of nods and goes and kind of briefly checks Aquiniel's vitals. You can see him like measuring pulse and all that. I mean, he kind of looks content and then kind of heads back to his office. So you guys are kind of left in the hospital wing, kind of now in the interior of the college. So you kind of have freedom of movement a little bit around the interior. No more kind of doorkeepers to get through.
Suppose first things first, we need to figure out where we can purchase this kind of thing and who we can purchase it from. I imagine it's also not going to be cheap.
Let's go find us the dodgiest tavern in town.
Mm.
Perhaps the library would contain some historical records of perhaps crimes related to this substance.
We could visit the guards, maybe. Perhaps they could, or maybe asking about purchasing drugs
Yes,
would
perhaps
not
that
be such a
may
good
raise
idea.
suspicion.
Yes, I was just thinking that's probably the last place we should go. Though, if anyone's got any experience with authority members, maybe it would be ample to check on any like contraband they may have seized.
You mean steal from the guards?
I didn't say such a thing. Just seeing if they have it.
Mm. Well, what's the plan then? Yendo and visit the library while we hit the streets?
Yandon, the guy in the group project who does.
Yeah.
You guys go.
Maybe
to
we
the
should
tavern.
at least stay in twos. You can never be too careful with this kind of business.
Especially in this library. It didn't end quite so
I
well
would-
last time.
Go back to the library with Yendon, provided that Yendon chooses.
Oh yeah. Don't you still have the book?
Yes,
Oh god, she does.
I do.
Good.
Keep it well hidden.
Yes, sort of.
Are we
We might
splitting
want
the
to leave
party
it
again
with
then?
somebody else unless we're planning on returning it today.
We'll.
If you don't want to bring it back to the library, you can always give it to Titus because he can't read anyway. So even if he opens the book, he'll be fine.
That is a solid idea. Okay,
Ooh,
yeah.
and what does this mean? Shit.
Titus, would you look after this and try not to spontaneously, develop some strong reading skills? Like, just don't open it.
Is this a book of tattoos?
No, this is boring. Much more boring than the tattoos.
Oh, I hated this.
Thank you.
Okay, so Yendel and Triss, as you guys kind of reach the bottom of the stairs, you guys kind of split off and head through the courtyard towards the entrance to the library. What is everybody else going to be doing then?
Let's try and score some dope, boys.
Actually, I think Rulin might head to the library as well. Something specifically that he wants to research.
Okay.
And he's probably not well suited to dealing with thugs on the street.
Okay, crazy idea. Torek, Havel, and Titus maybe go try and buy some drugs. That's a horrible idea. Horrible idea.
I suspect it might be quite successful, though.
I was gonna say, just while you guys are researching, we've like formed our own gang. So stupid.
Okay, so
So first of all, actually, the last time we split up, we should figure out somewhere to meet up and rendezvous. The students' tavern where we stayed over the night. Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, I think they should be. We didn't cause any trouble last time, did? Oh, we caused a little bit of trouble last time.
Just a little.
Whoa.
mm-hmm. Well,
Wait, there was trouble?
Yeah, Titus got into a magic missile fight without a magic missile.
And I learned how
Oh,
to
God.
cast.
How
And
long
I
has that
learned
gone?
how to cast polymorph.
Okay, well, let's do the library first while we're here then. So, Rulin, Triss, and Yendel, and you guys kind of make your way across this courtyard. Again, none of the studying mages kind of look up from their books. As you kind of walk through this kind of double doorway into kind of the main body of the library, Triss, you can't look and see to your relief that it's a different kind of librarian on duty at the moment. One who's probably not going to recognize you and ask about the whereabouts of a certain magical book. As he looks up, yes, are you the new students we were told to expect?
No, not students. We're here on business, and we just need to conduct a little research.
That'll be okay then. Can I please see your library access cards?
We've already spoken with the physician Pedlimir. We're assisting him with some research into a medical matter.
I'm sorry, but the hospital wing isn't part of the library's department here. They don't meddle with us, we don't meddle with them.
We were previously granted access by the Archmagos himself. I'm sure it wouldn't be a huge issue.
Well, the Archmagos is not currently here to ask, so I'm afraid I can't really take you on your word of that. But I can sign you up as temporary members if you'd like. I can get you a nice access card for 2 gold a person.
That
Yeah.
is expensive for books.
Sure.
Fighters prefer Kindle.
Convenient and easy.
2 gold. Yeah, I suppose so.
Yeah, sounds reasonable. Where's my inventory?
So, kind of while you guys wait, this kind of clearly job's worth for the librarian. Kind of goes about getting the relevant paperwork and kind of gets you to sign on kind of various documents. Files them all away before presenting you with these kind of like not quite cards, but thicker than paper, quite sturdy, kind of temporary members tickets. There you go, and this will allow you access to the library for a period of 1 week. You may always renew by mail if you so desire.
Thank you.
That's great. Thanks very much.
They kind of look kind of pleased with themselves, give you a little nod, and go back to the business.
Okay, so what are we searching for specifically?
So I was thinking perhaps there may be archives of sort of news from around the city. Perhaps there is some history of crime related to this sort of substance, and the news articles might maybe point towards where in the city that the drug may be available, the substance may be available.
Worthwhile, I suppose.
So you end on. Sorry, Karen.
I was just saying if we've all got plans, or like if you end on searches for that while the rest of us search for other things, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Tell you what, we'll do it individually, kind of one at a time, if you're going to split up. So Yendon, you kind of break away from the other two and kind of head down into the kind of public records sector. And as you can imagine, this is quite large. An empire the size of the Alfari Empire has a fair amount of bureaucracy, kind of various logs and reports. So it takes you kind of about half an hour to kind of come to the section that really interests you here. Specifically, a folder about the kind of the arrests kind of journal kept by the warden of the Illyrists kind of police department. So you kind of pull that down and kind of have a flick through. So roll me an intelligence saving throw, please.
That's a 9.
So you kind of flick through kind of the offences that these people have been held for. And you can see that there are a few, quite a few busts for kind of legal substances, but none for holding shimmer.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I should tell the others.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so Rulen, what do you want to be doing in the meantime?
Okay. 2 seconds.
I feel like there's sneakiness going on. Silence does nothing but encourage my theory.
Titus, I would like you to kindly shut the fuck up while you're scheming. Okay, so Rulin, you kind of head over to the kind of section on plane walking.
Okay.
And you kind of have a look through some of the literature there, and a lot of it is kind of almost akin to the kind of meditative studies employed by kind of monasteries the world over. A lot of it kind of relates more to kind of a channeling of one's inner energy rather than actually kind of ascending to a different plane of existence entirely. You find kind of a few tidbits, but nothing more than really Petlamir kind of hinted at.
Okay.
Nothing that you would kind of jump at.
Okay. It's something that Rulin has heard about as well. I mean, in the monastery, there are monks who are capable of projecting themselves into the astral plane and things like that. So it's not something that's totally alien to him, but he doesn't understand how it's done, at least.
Okay, and that leaves Triss.
I think Triss is probably going to wander over to see what he's doing because she was thinking about the kind of split planes thing, and then she's going to have a look a little bit more about the thing that he said about the soul separating from the body. She's kind of curious about that.
Okay, Triss, roll me a perception first.
Okay. Oh god, I can't see. I'll take my glass. Well, I had to put my glasses on because I couldn't see anything. That's 14, I think. 14, yeah.
So you kind of walk over to kind of where Ruin is and kind of have a look at the books, but none of them particularly jump out at you.
I'm gonna have a wander back to where the restricted section is. I don't suppose we have any idea our library cards would allow us access into that, do we?
You would suspect not.
That's locked with a key, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm gonna wander past, have a look at it. Is there anybody that I can see down the restricted section?
So as you kind of cast a glance down, you can see that nobody seems to be in the restricted section. It's all kind of locked up tight.
On our way into the library, was the corridor outside busy or quiet?
It didn't seem to be bustling, but there are still kind of, a couple of people here and there.
Basically, I'm looking for a quiet place so there's nobody around, either in the library or just outside of it. Is there anywhere like that? You
could probably find, somewhere where bookshelves would break line of sight between you and kind of nearest kind of mage.
Okay, I'm going to find myself a quiet little spot, and then I'm going to dimension door back into the restricted section, kind of as far along as I can see.
Okay, Chris, you
Actually,
you
there was
emerge.
an anti-magic barrier, wasn't there?
You emerge in the restricted section, far back, out of sight of everybody, and you realise your mistake.
Shit.
Well, just a lock once.
What happens?
So you're now in the restricted section, and as you kind of rightly deduce, the magic, kind of anti-magic field is very much still active.
Has
Oh,
no.
Rulin or Yendon noticed Triss's absence?
No, because Triss went and found somewhere out of the way to do it.
Shit. Okay, I'm gonna have a quick poke around while I'm here and see if there's anything that looks like it would be applicable either to Shimmer or the kind of the soul separation and split dimension. I'm gonna try and do it as quickly and as quietly as possible while I figure out how the hell I'm gonna get back out.
So, Triss, there have quite a few sections to look through, but you kind of skim read the kind of titles as best you can. Obviously, not all of them are in Common or even Elvish, but you find one about the kind of the feasibility of kind of dimension shifting, and it appears to be a kind of almost an instruction manual on kind of how to perform a ritual to allow oneself to kind of leave their physical body and emerge in a different plane. Although from what you can tell, it's kind of quite a long-winded ritual and does involve kind of blood sacrifice in it. But something you could definitely perform with your arcane background.
I'm gonna make a little note of that, I suppose, if I can.
Mm-hmm. So, kind of make a mental note of this and kind of vow to put it on paper at a more convenient time.
And is there anything anywhere about any of those? Anything about Shimmer?
So after kind of doing this, you take another few minutes to kind of locate a few alchemical textbooks and kind of you skim through a couple of them before, like, you find on the third a few mentions of kind of some experimental elixirs, kind of involving Shimmer. Obviously, for its kind of ability to kind of induce such a inactive state in a patient. There are kind of a few elixirs that kind of look to be almost like an anesthetic of some kinds for performing medical kind of operations on patients, but you can see from the kind of the experiments listed in these books that the results were often kind of pretty bad for the patient involved. Hence why this book is kind of off limits, as it were. It seems that somebody was kind of doing some rather unethical experiments in the name of kind of medical progress here.
Eesh. Okay, I'll make some notes about everything that I've found. And then I'm going to head towards the door and see whether I can spot either Yendorn or Rulin anywhere nearby.
So, yeah, you kind of stealthily make your way up to kind of bars and you kind of see Yendorn still kind of leafing through the end of some of these records.
Does the what's it called? Can I use the radio kind of whatever we call it?
Because that is magical.
Right. Okay.
I know it's an invocation, but technically, I guess that would be magical.
Okay. I'm gonna try the door.
Mm-hmm.
Because last time didn't we get out quite easily?
Yep. So you kind of come back to the door, and you can see that there is a kind of a deadbolt on the side that you could do by hand. Although it seems that they've added an actual kind of proper lock. You suspect, in light of the fact that one of the books went missing since you were last here.
Oops.
So you can do the deadbolt, but there is still a lock in your way.
Okay, so I'm still stuck. Is there anyone else around other than Yendorn that could see me?
There are a couple people kind of in your line of sight, but far enough away and busy reading. So it's not out of the realm of possibility they might see you if you kind of cause too much of a noise.
So you're rolling. People are rolling.
No, I was just clicking my dice.
I'm gonna just do it like a little whistle, try and keep it as quiet as possible, and a subtle but urgent wave. See if I can get Yendorn's attention.
Yendorn, perception, if you would.
See what my half elfy ears are up to. That is a 14.
You got to hear a kind of low, quiet whistle. As you look around, you can kind of see Triss on the other side of these bars.
Oh dear, what has she done? I walk over to Triss.
Yendorn,
just
I'm
like
a little
bars,
bit
isn't it?
stuck. I got in, but I can't get back out. There's a lock on this side. Can you get a message to Torek to see if he can come and lockpick me back out?
Certainly, yes. I'll see if I can get him. So I will just cast. Let me double check material requirements before I do anything.
If you've got your focus, you don't need to. If it's message, you don't have to worry about materials.
It's sending because message is pretty short range, right?
One of them's really short, the other's really long, and I can never remember which is which.
Yeah, message is the lower level one. Sending is the higher, longer ranged one. It just says it needs a small piece of copper wire. So
if you've got your focus, then you don't need to bother with the wire.
okay, yeah, great.
It's only like the only components I give a fuck about are like the really expensive ones, like Revivify's 250 gold.
Yeah,
Diamond, that kind of thing. Like if it's like a root of licorice and a quail's arse feather, I don't really care because
I've just got those lying around now. I've got them. Environmental. So I cast sending to Torek, which actually has an unlimited range, which is ridiculous.
You're only allowed 25 words, is it?
Yeah, 25 words or less.
Yeah.
So to Torek, I say, Triss has got herself stuck in the restricted room. Could you come and help get her out? There's a lock. I think that was 20, but that's all I need.
Yeah, you got 5 words left.
So
It's Yendorn, by the way.
Plus, be quick. Case.
So by now, kind of this has been about half an hour since you guys split up. So this is like while you guys are just out and about, looking to the streets to find yourself a dodgy tavern to go and visit. Torek, you kind of get this message.
Ooh, okay. I will reply. Yes, sure. Would you like me to pick up anything while we are out? There was a great food stand that was selling fresh. I've run out of words.
And you get no response because I'd have to use another level 3 spell to respond to
Titus and Havel show up with like a bunch of like turkey legs and stuff, and then look, you did not reply. You said no.
It's funny though because like I could see Yendorn as being a character who knows it would be like a bad use of magic to reply, but is too polite not to.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Okay, yeah, I think obviously, yeah, we should go and help.
Yeah.
And then
Okay.
we can all go crack some drug dealers' skulls.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds great. But and plus that so me and Havel, let's say we found at the food stand just a bunch of like turkey legs and meats, and we're just gonna bring back like basically KFC for everybody.
That'll
Like
be
it-
expensive.
Like a bucket chicken. Yeah, that's fine. How much was it?
Yeah, but
I mean, it's
expensive,
meat, isn't
remember?
it? You know.
Kentucky Fried Cucumber would do just fine.
No, we don't. We because it's
Kale fried cucumbers.
Gross. Olia's fried chicken. How much for like a family?
Oliver's fried
bucket?
coriander. That's what Torek wants.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so while you guys are out, kind of before Tarek gets his message, you do stumble across, a lovely little kind of delicatessen amongst the farmers market. And you can see he's got some kind of poultry in the back. And as you kind of tell him what you want, he kind of goes out and selects a couple of chickens and kind of kills them, plucks them, and kind of butchers them there for you, and kind of gets them on a rotisserie.
This is fucking gourmet shit right here.
Yeah, so while you guys are kind of waiting, it does take the 25 minutes or so to cook and season.
We just got distracted.
Um,
Oh my god.
so like, you weren't actually too far away when Tarek gets his message. But you guys kind of
Like as Torek says, we need to go and help.
Mhm.
Like me and Havel are still watching the chicken, and we're like, but we have to wait for chicken.
So you guys have kind of got two kind of full chickens kind of turning on the grill now at 10 gold a piece.
That's
But it smells lovely. Like kind of the aromas wafting off of it. You can kind of you watched the kind of a butcher kind of season them with something. Kind of the skins are a nice kind of a goldeny brown.
How many
juices are dripping off?
How many herbs and spices?
I was about to say, can I roll perception to deduce how many herbs and spices?
Very stupid.
Yes, you may.
All right, got a -3 modifier, so that's a 4.
I'm glad you're rolling.
Tarek, you're actually
That is Tarek.
you're kind of too small to really see over the counter, so you kind of hear spice rack jars being jangled, but you can't really work out how many of them are.
What's he using?
You could always ask Titus how many he used.
Is he using paprika? How about oregano? Come on, tell me, what is it?
Titus.
A
Titus,
green one, a green one.
You did
one.
see, obviously from your lofty vantage point, kind of this guy is clearly taking pride in his culinary art, and he is kind of no holds barred here. He has flavored them with some.
Some.
There are some herbs at work here.
He used some herbs.
Oh no!
The secret recipe will never be known.
I need to teach you how to count. Desperately.
Titus does not want to be count. Titus wants to be great king of tribes.
I'm just imagining Torek's fucking maths lessons with Titus. Just one line of this. 2 lines of this.
That's the reason he can't count beyond 3.
Just
Because
never
he
got that
only
far in the
gets that
lessons. Yeah.
Oh god.
He's just passed out. Yeah. Yeah, for a gnome, that's a big dose. Anyway, I think we might be getting slightly sidetracked here.
A little
Yes,
bit.
sorry.
A little bit.
So that's okay. No, I mean you guys are appreciating your chicken, which is a kind of a rare thing in this world. So I won't hold that against you. And it is kind of smelling great at this point. So kind of Torrik gets the message, kind of, with the urgency of the please be quick from Yendorn. But you insist on waiting the extra 5 minutes to get your chicken.
Okay. Okay. How we paying for this, fellas? Titus, are you gonna cough up? I'll pay for one of them.
I will pay. I will for a chicken.
One
And
chicken.
just holds out all his gold, like a handful of gold.
No. Only this much is required.
The shopkeep kind of reaches for your outstretched hand, but kind of Torrik manages to intervene in time before you end up getting just swindled.
Dangling, hanging onto his wrist, like no.
But yeah, so you end up paying your fair price.
Oh yes, smells delicious. I'm sure he'll appreciate it. I wonder what Triss has got herself stuck in anyway.
Well, she's stuck.
Yes, we better head our way over to the library. You coming with us, Havel? Havel? Is it Havel with us as well? Is it Havel?
Yeah, I've just been stuck behind you two, just like, what the fuck are we doing here?
Look at the chicken.
Got nothing better to do.
I just hand Havel like a really greasy leg of chicken as we sort of make our way back to the library.
Cool. So you guys kind of make your way back to the library. Kind of Titus obviously just kind of in a blissful state right now, eating this kind of delicious roasted and seasoned chicken. You don't know what his intentions were, but if he was planning on sharing, he hasn't left much for the others by the time he gets to the library.
Fucking goddamn it.
I could totally use some protein.
God damn it.
But as you guys kind of get to the library, the librarian kind of stands up. No eating in the library. Get out.
Okay. Well, we'll just eat it here in the lobby. Is that okay?
Just wash your hands.
Yeah.
Titus sucks his fingers and then like shows his hand to the guy.
He's
like those Cheeto hands.
Yeah.
Well, you're definitely not students. Access cards, please.
Okay. Titus is going to try.
I'm gonna go. What are you talking about? Point to Titus. He's a drama student.
Probably persuasion.
Yes, my lord.
Oh yes.
That is a solid 8.
I was, and I'm supposed to believe he's method acting for a rock.
No, he is a rock.
Yeah, but you can clearly see he's a comedy student. Sorry.
I must say, was
After
that a
that
microaggression? Very insensitive thing to say about Goliath.
Your identity politics will go sway here. This is a proper college.
You have no power here.
Any kind of, gestures to, ask again for your your access cards here. Well,
It's gonna be like do we need a card? We're just here for our mates. You might have seen them. 2 elves, half elf. One of them's got a staff. Fucking idiot.
Well, you wait here. I can't have you entering, but I'll go and fetch him for you. And he kind of stands up and
I'll be
kind
like,
of makes
no.
the move.
I don't want you to leave your post. I'll just go in, grab them. Just me on my own. No chicken hands. Look.
Roll me a persuasion.
God damn it! All right. No.
That is a dead 6.
Okay. Okay, Crispy. Titus is going to try in one of his moments of brilliance. I only get one a session. He's going to try and convince the librarian that because he can't read, he should let him in for free. Now listen here. Now listen here, chum. I don't know if you can tell, but I am not much of a reader. In fact, I cannot read. These tattoos are useless to me. So please let me just go and fetch my friends, and I will come right back because this is the most boring place I have ever seen.
I love his voice when he's trying to be persuasive.
He like leans on the couch, that kind of thing. Like
He leans on the counter.
Oh no.
As you kind of lean down on this counter, you hear a slight splintering of wood, but you kind of catch yourself and stop. You don't snap it entirely, but like the librarian heard it too. So I'm going to let you roll the persuasion for it.
God damn it! Furniture is just Titus's biggest weak. God damn it!
I am not going to sully my role by allowing an oaf like you anywhere near books as valuable as these. Now get out, for lots of you! Full security.
Has Ruben noticed any of the commotion? Or?
Yes, I mean this wasn't like ironically the librarian was kind of the loudest of a lot of you there. You've clearly managed to rile him with your kind of wanton destruction.
God damn it!
So yes, Ruben, you kind of hear the commotion and kind of popping your head around. You kind of see the others kind of debating with this librarian as to letting them in.
Okay. Wander over to see what's going on, maybe calm down the situation.
So as you kind of get over there, you just in time to kind of hear the librarian threatening them with security if they don't get the hell out. What
is going on here? This turns to the librarian. I guess he looks at the cracked desk and looks at Titus and is like, I'm sorry, my friend. Just allow me to escort my friends out, and there's no need to call any guards. There's really no harm here.
Well, yes, we'll just get them out of here. Don't want them anywhere near my books. So yeah, you kind of lead the others kind of back out into the courtyard.
What are you doing? Just causing trouble while we're trying to
Good
reset?
thinking. Right, do you have a fingernail?
What?
Give me your fingernail.
I'm not. No, Tarek, I'm sorry, but no.
The plan I was thinking.
Not the whole thing, just a trimming. I need your DNA.
Oh,
Okay.
you're so smart! Oh.
Why would you need my DNA, Tarek?
I know
Because
exactly why.
Triss is in danger. You don't know, do you?
What do you mean she's in danger?
Well, she's trapped in something. She's trapped in the book room, isn't she?
Wait.
Okay, I'm gonna need your DNA to get her out.
Rilla just gives in. Whatever you say, Tarek.
Right. Put some DNA in this flask. Can I just hold it up to him?
Mm-hmm. While this is going on, Triss, roll me a stealth check, please.
By the way, at some point, Titus would like to visit the Carpenters Union. and just file a formal complaint.
So Triss,
Wait, what was that?
that was a stealth.
Yeah, what did I just roll?
I think it's just
A 5 there.
Oh, 7, 5. Okay, that flipped at the last second. 8. Yeah.
So Triss, whilst you're kind of sat in this restricted section, you kind of see one of the mages kind of close his book and kind of make to kind of return it to one of these shelves. You kind of realize that this is going to be in your way and that he kind of have a good sight of you. So you kind of try and slip around the edge of a bookcase to kind of better hide yourself. However, as you're kind of going, your foot catches into the corner of a bookshelf, and you kind of manage to knock one of the books, which kind of falls down to the ground. You can't really see what Mage thinks of this as you're now around the corner, but you can't help but kind of curse yourself under your breath for your clumsiness.
Oh crap. I'm going to just continue wandering along like I'm looking for a book, just having a nice browse, trying to keep out of the way and keep quiet.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so back to Torek. You kind of put this fingernail in the potion, and you can kind of see it obviously react and kind of froth a little bit.
All right, bottoms up. I drink it. Actually, I'm going to go into a side alley and then drink it. I like the thought of me like taking a mouthful and then thinking, "Oh shit, side alley," and running there quickly before finishing the rest.
So, as you kind of drink this and kind of bolt for one of these kind of side alleyways, you kind of feel this thing taking effect quite quickly, and you're kind of in Ruland's form, kind of before you reach the alley. You kind of hear from behind you a kind of round of applause as kind of some of the mages have seen you do it, and are like, "Oh, what a great potion you have there!"
Thank you. Take a bow.
They kind of go back to their books. Clearly, alchemists are a fairly common thing in the college.
Right then. With that done, I'm gonna go into the library. So I'm Bard, but Roland is not.
I can imagine Torek retiring here. This is great.
So you kind of walk into the library again and kind of give an apologetic nod to the librarians as you go in, and obviously it's kind of a almost flawless replica of Ruland, so he kind of doesn't bat an eye. But you kind of make your way down to where the restricted section was, and you can kind of see Yendorn stood at the kind of doorway looking reasonably concerned.
Ruland, great.
Sorry, doing Cal's voice is a bit weird to think about. You're just pretty deep and chill.
Yep.
Great.
Dulcet northern tones.
I've contacted Torek.
All right, what's the problem here?
A bit of a situation.
Oh yeah.
She's kind of locked into the restricted section again, and there seems to be a lock this time, so she can't just let herself out. I've contacted Torek, and hopefully he can pick the lock whenever he gets here.
No need. I reckon I could do it. And I'll approach the door and sneakily try and do my thing.
So, Yendorn, as Torek kind of gets to the lock, or I suppose as Ruland's figure gets to the lock, you kind of see him kind of bend down towards it, and kind of something flicks out of his fingertip. It kind of doesn't look out of place. There's no metal there, but it's kind of just protrudes from the end, and this kind of maybe tips you off. It might not be Ruland.
And shall I roll sleight of hand?
If you would.
Awesome. 11?
You
Oh,
kind of stick this device in.
Oh, wait. Before it's resolved, party reroll.
Okay.
Maybe.
Yeah.
What?
Yep,
I
in
agree.
favour. Absolutely in favour. Yep.
Okay, we'll burn one of the party rerolls to.
Alrighty. So give us that juicy reroll, if you will.
Oh my god!
Damn.
I tried.
Well,
I really did.
You can kind of feel the tumblers start to kind of give way, but you kind of get to the last one, and you just can't seem to get it to stick without kind of all the others falling back down into kind of their original positions.
Damn it! What's wrong with this thing? I may need some more time or something.
Yendor, you kind of stand and watch as kind of like, it's clearly a bit of a mental block overtakes Tarek. He doesn't seem to be able to kind of get this thing open on his own.
Would you like some assistance? Can I help in any way?
What can you do about this? The last tumbler won't go up.
He's back in Torik's voice now, by the way.
Yeah.
It's because he's under stress.
Yeah.
Just let's take a second and let's try again. And I cast what's the spell called? Guidance.
Guidance, okay.
Which gives you an extra D4 on an ability.
Ooh.
So you kind of cast this spell on Tarek, and Tarek, you kind of feel the stress levels ebb away. Kind of a sense of inner peace kind of washes over you. You kind of retract your kind of lockpick and kind of take a kind of few deep breaths to kind of steady yourself. And then you're ready to give it another go.
With D4.
With a D4.
Yeah, plus 1D4.
Okay, so that's looking a lot better. That's looking like an unnatural 20.
So this time, as you kind of give up the kind of the first few tumblers, you can kind of feel as if like almost a force is pulling your kind of finger pick in a direction that you wouldn't have thought to have tried originally. It kind of seems counterproductive, as if you were almost pulling the tumbler down. But as it kind of falls into the kind of maximum give it's going to get, you kind of hear a soft click.
Well, that's counterintuitive.
And the lock turns.
Excellent.
But yeah, you kind of jimmy this thing open, and Triss has obviously done the deadbolt from the other side. So you kind of are able to swing this door open now.
Cool. I'm just going to... I swing it open, and I'm going to be like... Triss?
So Triss, you kind of hear Ruland's dulcet tones beckoning you behind your bookcase.
Ruben? I'm going to scuttle towards them as quickly and as quietly as possible.
Mm-hmm. So kind of careful not to repeat your previous mistake. Kind of make a beeline for the door and manage to kind of slip out undetected.
As I go out through the door and pull it closed behind me, I'm going to try and cast Minor Illusion to make it look like the lock's still in place and like we haven't been there.
Okay, so you cast Minor Illusion. Nothing really seems to change, but it's kind of a lock. It's hard to really look at it and see if it's open without actually trying it. But the door looks closed to kind of a casual observer.
Tarek, Ruland, Tarek. Yendon, I'm assuming it's time for us to go. Thank you, by the way.
Ah, that's all right. Who knew I could pick locks?
Triss is just going to look at Yendor. Trying to determine whether it's Torrik or Yendorn. Torrik or Rulin, who's just gone around. She's a little bit confused.
I just
We
shake my head
need to do-
disapprovingly.
We need to do a party murder mystery at some point with Toric potions.
I love murder mystery RP. That's so good.
Okay, so you guys kind of make a hasty retreat from the restricted section's doorway. Just in time to see kind of, Titus and Havel in the courtyard. Titus kind of still licking the grease from his fingers.
What? And I'm gonna have like a smug look on my face. It's like, what did I say about these books?
Yes, Titus, you're right, as always.
As always. He's gonna hand back Triss's book with like his greasy fingers. As he does, he's gonna be like, these pictures were boring.
Thought I said never mind. Trish is gonna just wipe the book down.
So
and
Titus
very
read the book, did he?
stash it.
No, I'm only kidding. No. don't make me laugh.
Okay, so Triss, you can't take the book back from Titus. And yep, party is whole again.
Hey, Triss, guess what?
Yes, Torrik Rulin.
I'm going to dismiss the magic and turn back into Torrik and go, Safari, it was me all along!
Oh, thank God. I thought it was good. It's good.
You hear another from the mages. Now you're just showing off.
I'm going to let the others know what I found while I was in the restricted section. Just sort of explain.
So who's Nicholas Flamel?
Okay, so you can't relay to the others everything you found out, and I'm assuming the others would probably do the same. So yeah, have that extra information to boot.
Okay.
So we think we can cast the spell if we get a pint of the stuff, basically.
Yeah, if you can get a pint of this Tumor extract, Petlamir would be able to brew this up in kind of what looks like it should work.
So it is illegal, is what we're saying.
Yes.
So medical places would not have it.
No, they would not. It seems from the book that Triss was reading that like any medical benefits were kind of deemed to be outweighed by
the damage.
By the damage that it can often cause.
Right. This is not very libertarian. Titus does not like
Titus getting his boog on.
I suppose we should be heading to the seedy part of town.
How do we know that this isn't a sting operation? Like a very elaborate sting operation.
What is this?
Because at no point did we ever ask for drugs.
Not yet, anyway.
Entrapment! It's entrapment!
All I'm saying is, if we rock up to this place with a pint of this stuff, and there turns out to be a ton of guards, we are so screwed.
I don't think we need to be concerned, Torrik.
Titus would be good drug mule.
The best.
Can I cast Find Entrapment?
Find Entrapment.
Find Entrapment!
And so begins the Phoenix Wright arc of the...
Objection!
It's all
We
right.
just spend the next,
we're all.
the next 20 episodes. We're in Ollie Hurst's deep legal system. Just
No, 'cause we can all claim sovereign citizenship, so we're not bound by the laws of this state.
This is when we have to get Hrock to come and, like, post your bail or something with money the guild doesn't have.
I know my rights. I want a sending stone. This is not the gnome embassy.
I get my free one sending call a day.
God damn it.
All right.
So, CD Park Town?
Yeah. CD Part Town? CD Part Town?
City Part Town.
So, as you kind of leave the college, you can kind of see and hear that the day's market seems to be winding down now. Kind of the streets are quieter than they were. People have probably conducted their day's business. But it means it doesn't take you all too long to kind of get away from the kind of main marketplace and kind of central administrative area of the city. And before too long, you kind of find yourself walking down some kind of less well-maintained streets. The kind of houses, they're still good quality, but they're definitely smaller and there's much less kind of decorative work on them. But as you kind of come down one of these alleys, you can see that there's a fairly busy-looking tavern up ahead. It looks quite run down, but you can kind of see a little kind of sign hanging from the front of it. And you can see it kind of reads "The Bog and Bard." There's kind of a picture of kind of loot in a swamp. But you can kind of tell straight away now that this tavern is kind of already bustling. You can kind of hear some music coming from inside, and there seems to be kind of laughter and lots of voices.
Is that the Shug?
He could be inside.
And he did say he was going to be in a lyrist.
Titus rushes to the door.
So Titus, you kind of burst in and kind of look around and see that it is packed. And you kind of follow your ears to where the music's coming from. But it seems to be a kind of a group of kind of elves just playing something kind of fairly merry in the background. Just something kind of like a jig that kind of customers are. Oh, it looks to me that they're enjoying it.
He's sad.
You can see that it's definitely a kind of busy night for this tavern. Probably, the peasants who have, sold all their kind of products this morning have now come to spend some of that coin in the tavern. So the rest of you kind of seeing Titus charge in, they're able to kind of slot your way in. It's kind of standing room only, so you don't really get a table. You kind of make your way to the bar. Obviously, following Titus, it's not particularly a hard task to push yourself a path. And Titus, you kind of eventually reach the bar. Well, you look like you'll be a thirsty chap. What can I get for you, my boy?
Something to drown the pain.
Well, coming right up. Clearly, it's it's something that as a barkeep it kind of comes with the territory. Really, he kind of goes and pours a kind of fairly dark-looking liquor into a glass and kind of comes back. I'll be 5 silver, if you please.
Titus just puts his hand. He pulls out 3 gold and just slams it down on the table. He has no idea what it is.
Well, thank you very much, sir. Here, tell you what, on the house, and he kind of doubles the amount of spirit in your glass from the same bottle.
Whoa. Whoa. I miss those annoying bagpipes.
Has anyone else followed Titus in, or are we all still outside?
Well, I'm guessing you guys kind of followed him to the door, and kind of from there up to you. But yeah, you can kind of see now Titus has got a pretty sizable kind of dram of something or other in his hands.
Rulin has a plan. He's going to enter the tavern quietly and just stash himself away in a dark corner somewhere to watch.
It's fair enough. We don't have a rogue, so someone has to.
He's just going to be keeping an eye out for any possible dealings that are going on inside the tavern.
Okay.
Just waiting for Titus to spot him and start shouting over.
Well, that's why I'm trying to be. That's why he's trying to stay hidden.
Are people going to be like, they call him Strider?
Oh, Valna? Sure, I know Valna. He's over there. So you kind of slip in. It's kind of fairly easy to go unnoticed. There's a lot of people. They're all kind of busy getting their drank on. So you kind of find a spot to kind of watch over what happens for the next couple of minutes. So we'll come back to you. Everybody else following Titus in, getting a drink, or have you got other things on your mind?
Yeah, I'm going to go follow Titus for a drink. Triss is
Yeah, probably needs one by now.
Yeah, although drinking with Titus might not be the way.
So
I told you, Triss, these books always bad.
So you kind of get to the bar and see Titus already kind of sipping away at his well, you don't know what it is, but he seems healthy enough.
Cool. One of what he's having, but make it less him side and a little more.
Well, we can certainly do that. And he kind of pulls out a more reasonable sized glass. He kind of pours you a kind of a single, slides it across. That'll be, since it's only a little bit, I'll give you a discount. It'll be 2 silver, please, love.
Thanks very much. Triss hands him out 2 silver.
So I've obviously been paying attention. This isn't an expensive place to eat or drink. Probably explains the popularity. And as you look around, you can see that kind of the clientele looks to be the not quite the dregs, but definitely the lower echelons of the city's population. These people have fairly rough clothes, and you can see from the look of them, seems a lot of them are farmers who have kind of only just come into town. They might not have had the chance to spend their profits of the year just yet. However, you reckon, well, you would know that in even a few weeks' time, some of these people would be, fairly substantially more wealthy than they currently are, having been able to, sell these kind of valuable products to the lands, to the city folk. But for the time being, this bar is kind of raking in their good custom. So, Rulin, you kind of watch from a distance as kind of people go about their business. It is busy, so roll me an insight, please.
Say 12.
So, you don't see anybody who you would think fits the bill of a drug dealer. However, you can kind of see that, like, whilst a lot of these people are kind of in groups and all that, there's one particular chap who's kind of like, sat at a table and yeah, people keep kind of coming and going. He doesn't seem to kind of have any set companions for the night, but it seems that people still want to talk to him.
Can I hear anything that's being said? Or
The hubbub is just too loud, and the kind of the musicians are playing. They've kind of switched up to something a little more kind of serious notes, and as you kind of listen in, you can hear kind of it's well, you haven't heard the song before. It's quite a new tune about how a kind of a lovable kind of half orc and his kind of band of sidekicks went and kind of defeated sea monsters out in the wild wetlands off Parfunas. But you don't then therefore hear anything that this guy's saying. It's just too far and too loud.
okay, I'll take a wander over to the table.
So as you approach, you kind of see that kind of a chap sitting there. He's dressed in reasonably common clothes, but he doesn't have the kind of hard look of a farmer about him. As you draw nose, you can see that he's actually a half elf. But he kind of looks to you as you approach. Good evening.
Good evening.
Please, will you join me for a quick drink?
Of course, thank you. Take a seat.
He kind of reaches for a jug that's on the table and kind of pours you a little kind of snifter of ale and pushes it across to you. So,
Thanks.
tell me, what can I do for you tonight, my good man? You look like a fellow who's got more of an exquisite taste than some of the others around here.
Just so, as it happens, I perhaps you could help me with something. I'm looking for shimmer. I'll try and keep his voice down as he's saying it, like he's in on the subtlety of drug dealing.
So you've used its street name, and you can kind of see that this should, if this guy knows what it is, he kind of keeps a very kind of stony face. Well, it just so happens that I can help you with such a desire. And he kind of reaches into his pocket, and you can kind of see he kind of pulls out a little vial of kind of a clearish liquid. It looks quite viscous from what you can see, but he quickly puts it away again. Well, it seems that all we have to do now is settle on a price. You know the street rates?
Well, before we go on, the size of the vial, about how much would Ruin recommends in it? Recognizes in it.
It's probably about half a teaspoon in there. It's not a lot.
So we'd need about 1,000 of them for a pint.
You need a significant quantity of these things.
About 200 of them.
Well, I admit I've not been in O'Leary's for a while. The prices may have changed since I've been gone. We didn't find anything in any research about costs and things like that, did we?
None of that. I mean, that's
Yeah.
kind of not really something you would have found, and it's subject to change, obviously.
Yeah.
As were all things kind of underworldy.
Yeah.
Well, the rates around here are 40 gold pieces per vial. But you look a bit wealthier than the rest of the rabble in here.
Can I roll my insight to see if I'm being ripped off?
Mm-hmm.
With advantage.
Yep.
That's a 16.
It's expensive. but you kind of put a lot of that down to kind of the inherent risk of running illegal products through kind of a fairly heavily guarded town. So whilst products might not be worth that if you could manufacture it, a lot of the cost comes from kind of transportation and kind of the availability of it being so low. But you think that overall that price is probably on par with what you'd expect.
I see. Let's say that I'm on my way out of town. I'll be heading up north soon. And I'm looking to purchase some supply that I could take with me.
What kind of supply are we talking here?
Something a little more than a single vial. Would you be able to?
I can't be helpful if you're being so vague.
Let's say a few pints.
A few pints? He kind of tries to contain calm. Yeah, a few pints? Serious?
I must have misspoken. A single pint would probably suffice.
As you're kind of saying this, a waitress comes along and kind of puts down a few kind of jugs of ale. Oh, a few pints, here you are. Yeah, thanks, love. Kind of waits for her to get a little bit of distance. Damn,
Perhaps,
you really must be.
Well, I mean, from your reaction, perhaps you're not the right man for me to be talking to. There must be someone else I can purchase this kind of thing from.
Ooh!
It's not really something that I'm in a position to sell you, but I know a man who probably can.
Please say he's got a badass gangster street name.
Tell you what. Let's settle up here, and I'll take you to meet my boss. He'll be the one to talk to about this. And you can see. Actually, roll me an insight.
Okay. At 12.
So he could see now that, like, if this is a serious request, like, you know, you must be a fairly big player to want to be moving that kind of product. And you can see now that he's, like, you know, taking this seriously. Hence, he kind of offer to, you know, take you higher up the chain, as it were.
Mm-hmm.
So he kind of takes a few coins out and kind of lays them on the table, and kind of gets up to leave.
Is Triss looking anywhere in Rulin's direction by any chance?
So Triss is currently at the bar with Titus, kind of having a drink.
I'd probably be regaling the bartender with the story of how Triss killed the dragon with the fireball, with the eldritch blast to the eye.
So the bartender is kind of, you know, nodding along. He clearly doesn't want to, you know, piss you off, but like you can see that he's not really believing it.
And the dragon, it was small, but it was scary. And then I felt the size of a house after this injection, and then...
I mean, he's kind of just looking at you like some kind of washed-up junkie with all
Triss
these kind of tales.
Gonna politely smile at him as well, as benignly as possible. Just, you know, nice and unassuming.
If he's thinking something offensive, he's professional enough to keep it to himself. You see him kind of reach for his rag and start kind of mopping up the bar a little bit. But you guys kind of obviously are a bit busy, and you don't see Rulin kind of follow this guy.
Maybe we should have come up with some sort of signal first, but
maybe. I think Yendorn would try and talk to one of the farmery sort of people.
Mm-hmm.
Or like maybe, yeah.
So yeah, you kind of find a reasonably open group of farmers, and kind of come in. They're clearly an honest bunch, and when they see a man of a cloth, they're kind of fairly quick to welcome you into their group and make a few introductions. But like they're really just talking about the day's markets and the kind of the price of grain. One of them was able to get out of a particularly naive kind of butler who was shopping for his master, and you can kind of hear there's a bit of envy there, but this guy seems to be buying the rounds drinks, so it's kind of jovial in nature.
So at the appropriate time, I find it. I bring up in the conversation.
So who's carrying Smack?
Almost. As a healer of people myself, I've seen a fair share of nasty injuries, but the injuries I've read about from farming accidents they can be horrendous. I can only describe them as. How do you sort of calm the patient down from such horrific injuries?
Well, a couple of weeks back, we had one of the lads accidentally clip a fellow's ankle off with a scythe. God, that was hard to watch. Well, firstly, the chap fainted, but when we were kind of bandaging the wounds, he came round. We kind of gave him a good glug of strong spirits. It's, well, say what you will, it's cheap and effective.
Wow, that's interesting. I expected the answer to be a bit more medical, but I guess strong alcohol does do the job.
One of the others pipes up, and it's a good way to sterilize the cut too. Gangrene killed just as many men out our way than farmyard accident ever did.
Yes, quite. Very, very dangerous.
So yeah, Yendel, this is not advanced medicine that is being practiced out in the villages for use sound. You can't get the impression. It's
Good thinking, though.
It's effective, but they've kind of, for a lot of the time, got to make do with what's available to hand, and kind of, grain spirit is fairly commonplace out there.
Yeah.
It would be only really the kind of a larger of the villages that would kind of be big enough to warrant a doctor.
Yeah. Oh, it was worth a go. That's I've got no more business with them, but I guess I'd be in the conversation for a little while more.
Yeah. So you kind of listen on, and they kind of talk about, what field rotation they're going to be using in the next spring.
That was smart, Reg.
So Rulin, you kind of look to your companions, but you can't really see any of them looking at you. They all seem to be kind of busy. You obviously can't see Torek under the crowd. And you've kind of lost sight of Havel, although you suspect he might be on the other side of Titus at the bar. But you kind of follow this guy out into the streets. He kind of looks back. Right now, keep close. The alley's got a bit winding from here. And he kind of leads you off in the direction, kind of again, even further from the center of town. And he's not lying. The alleys do start to kind of narrow in a bit. But it's not too long before he takes you off down a side street and kind of comes to this pretty run-down, wooden-looking door. in like a building that just looks kind of grotty. But you kind of hear him knock on the kind of on the wood of this door. And after a kind of a few moments, you kind of see and hear this slide being drawn back, and kind of somebody peers out. Oh, it's you, Pambalor. I wasn't expecting you tonight, but the boss is in. I'm sure he'll see you. Kind of a door. You can kind of hear a series of locks being kind of worked on the other side, and the kind of little viewport slides closed. And your new companion turns to you and says, "Now, just he can have a bit of a temper, but he's a reasonable chap. Just play it cool." And he leads you through this door. And the first thing that kind of strikes you as you walk in is just the kind of a difference between the interior and the exterior. Like, there's clearly been some care and attention put into the kind of furnishings of this house. It's fairly functional, this level, but it's well kept and made out of good materials. But this kind of half elf leads you now to kind of a flight of stairs heading down into a lower level. And as he kind of leads you down, you kind of come into a much bigger basement than you're expecting. In fact, from the looks of the dimensions, you can see that this probably actually extends under the street and maybe even to the other house on the other side. But it's quite a large room, and from what you can tell, kind of expensively decorated in a style that you can only really describe as eccentric. There's all sorts of kind of weird and kind of wonderful kind of curios hanging from walls and displayed around, from kind of strange looking books. See various suits of kind of armor on stands, kind of exquisite looking red silk rug on the floor, portraits. Like, none of it really seems to match a particular style, but they all seem to display kind of a wealth of the owner. And as you kind of cast your eyes further down, you can kind of see in a kind of large plush chair, kind of at the other end, there's a halfling sitting in this chair, a kind of a big buff orc, kind of clearly a bodyguard off to one side. But your companion kind of walks a bit closer and kind of gives a curt bow. I have here for you, Volton, a gentleman who says he's looking to move a fair bit of product. He says he wants a pint of shimmer. But you can see, like, straight away the kind of the eyebrows raise a little bit on this halfling. A pint? Wow. Don't get many requests like that. Tell me, where are you moving such goods to?
We'd be moving up north, outside of the Empire, but I have some friends up north who would be interested in purchasing this.
Good answer. Empire is my turf, but don't much care for the kingdom.
I, of course, would not be at all stepping on your toes, as it were.
Well, you won't have much feet left to be stepping, put it that way.
No.
Well, it seems that I can do business with you.
Fantastic.
Shall we settle up the little details first, then?
Of course.
As you can understand, I'm looking to do business. I've gone from Welsh to Irish. How did I manage that? I'm going to stick with Irish.
Dude, I love
That's
him.
better.
I love him.
Um,
Love him.
Let's go Irish. Let's get the pleasantries out of the way first, then. I'll be looking for 50,000 gold, and I want it up front.
50,000. It seems a reasonable price. Of course, after the first pint, my associates would be looking to establish a more regular flow. So we can perhaps negotiate further deals in future.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves now, Boyle. We'll see how this first trade goes down.
Of course, you understand that I don't have the gold on me. There would be a rather large amount to carry on my person, but I have associates inside the city who can work up that amount, I'm sure.
Well, that's grand, because I've got associates who can work up that amount of shimmer.
It
Now
would
then.
be easy for you to obtain. It wouldn't be any trouble.
No need to obtain it. I have it.
It's quite the operation you have here. It's most impressive.
He kind of looks at you a little suspiciously now. Tell me, who did you say your associates were again?
I don't imagine they would appreciate me giving away their identity. They're the kind, I'm sure you can appreciate, would rather stay unknown. I'm just a middleman of sorts.
And as I'm sure you can appreciate, I like to know who I'm doing business with. This could be all an elaborate sting. I'm sure you understand my caution. And kind of from his boss's tone, you can see this orc kind of, picks himself up a little bit. And you could kind of see your kind of half-elf friends kind of taking a subtle but noticeable sidestep away from you.
I feel like at this point, conveniently, Titus would be wondering where Rulin is.
So-
My associates from the kingdom. Bear with me, I'm just going through my notes quickly. Trying to find a name that I've forgotten for some reason. Fuck was his name? Nope. I might be thinking of something else.
So, whilst
Sorry. Yep.
as you kind of stand and well, tell you what, how about I tell you what I think? I think that if you were to come into Alerist and you wanted to do business, you'd know who I were. I'm, how do you say it, a big cheese around here.
Well,
I'll tell you what I think as well. I think you're lying to me. I think you don't have any associates.
Well, perhaps you could send our friend Panvalor here back to the bar where we came from. Some of my associates will be waiting there for me to send word to them. This is, after all, just the first meeting between us. The finer details were intended to be worked out later.
You see now, Boyle, that's just not going to cut it. I'm not having my man bring all of your men here. I like the odds just the way they are, thank you very much.
I see.
And as for the business, well, as I said, clear as day. We want it up front, and that's the only way it's going to go down.
Well, as I said, I don't have the money on me. I'll have to leave to go and fetch the money.
He just fixes you with this gaze, and you can kind of see he is not buying any of this.
Okay. How many guards does he have?
He has kind of this big, burly full blood orc kind of stood beside him. So, what we could do is you could cut all past this, and you could just tell me why you're really here. Oh, wait, no, don't. Let me guess. That bastard DuPont sent you, didn't he?
DuPont? I'm sorry. I'm not, as I told you, and as I was honest with you, I'm not from O'Learist. I am an outsider. I don't know who this DuPont is.
Roll me persuasion.
Mm. 8.
You could still feel that kind of intense gaze, kind of coming from his halfling. You don't know if he's believing you here, but you could see that he's definitely suspicious. Probably comes with the territory of being a kind of crime lord, but seems you've kind of got his paranoia up.
Why don't you tell me what it is I can do to put you at ease over this situation?
Well, I've got an idea then. If you are who you say you are, and you've got associates, then I've got something that can benefit both of us in this arrangement. See, a part of my operation here. I have a few of guard under my thumb. They look the other way. Convenient it is. Even do away with some competition. But some new investigator sent from Weirden. He's been ruffling a few feathers late. I think I need to send a message to him.
That would be this DuPont that you speak of?
Aye, that meddling bastard. As it so happens, I had a plan in mind, and I think this would be a good way to cement our business relationship.
You want the investigator dealt with?
I want a message sent to him. See, I hear he has a beautiful wife and a lovely little daughter. I think he'd do his job a little less thoroughly if we were to have those two. Just, a little gentle persuasion here and there.
I see. Yes, I imagine he would be
All right, boys.
persuaded by such a thing.
Sorry, what was that, Chaz?
I was just going to chime in and say it's 50 grand or kidnapping. Aquinal's dead. Let's just call this one a wrap.
Take down a crime syndicate.
From the inside.
Yeah. Or we all just bust in there and murder these fucking.
That's what I'm saying.
About to murder hobo my way through this session if we don't get some action.
As soon as Titus walks in and sees the buff half orc, he's like, yes, a fight.
Fuck yeah.
Well, that would be great for Titus if he knew where you were.
Yeah, it would be. So, you need someone to acquire his family.
I see you catch on quick there, laddie.
I think something could be arranged. Certainly.
I'll tell you what. You bring me these two, and I'll move forward our arrangement. And he kind of gestures, and this kind of orc kind of leans over to him, and he kind of hands him a slip of paper. Kind of the orc comes and kind of very bluntly presents you with this, and you can read on it there is an address. Well, we know where the bastard lives, so the rest of it should be fairly easy.
Okay. I'll see that it's done and bring them back here.
I've had to be grand. Well, off you fuck.
Yeah.
So Panvalor gives another kind of little bow. You can tell he's clearly just one of the kind of street distributors that Volton has working for him. He kind of leads you back out into the street, and you kind of both make your way back to the tavern. He goes back to his table, and you can see a few more people wander over, and as you watch more closely now, you can see kind of coin changes hands for some of this shimmer. Amongst other things, he seems to be selling a few products, but definitely dealing.
For reference as well, I was trying to remember the ambassador's name because I remember he was a wealthy guy. That's it, Conrad. Because he was a really wealthy nobleman. Like he could be in on a drug dealing game kind of thing.
Well, mental blanks.
Yeah, I was reading through my notes, but it's in a different notebook because I switched notebooks a while ago. I need to merge my notes together.
I was used to firing blanks.
So you kind of see that the others are still in the tavern, and you kind of make your way over to the bar where kind of Titus, Triss, and Havel are. Yeah, and Dawn, you've kind of managed to find a suitable slot to break away from the kind of latest crop development. It seems that the kind of a hot topic of the moment is whether pumpkins are going to be the best bet, or should they go for the more traditional gourds. There's all sorts of factors at play. But you kind of slip away and no one takes too much offense.
Well, I have made some progress. Rulin will say to the others.
Where the hell have you been?
Oh, made a drug deal with a halfling who so happens to be the kingpin of crime for the entire city of Illyris,
Yes. Well, while you've been lazing at... What?
It's just a standard Saturday night, really, isn't it?
Yeah. I've also been roped into kidnapping the family of an investigator who was sent from Weirden to root out the criminal underworld.
What now?
Well, first of all, we're not going to kidnap the family, of course. Goes without saying.
Havel already getting rope ready. He's like, oh.
And what do we get in exchange for kidnapping the family? Do we get the produce?
No. We would also need 50,000 gold.
Okay.
The family was just to iron over the deal.
Okay. Here's my thoughts. We're basically going to have to... wait. Is there anyone here who works for them? Anyone listening?
Not over the hubbub, I guess, of the tavern.
It's still pretty loud.
Okay.
The half-elf gentleman over there, and will gesture without being too obvious. He's a dealer. He's the one that led me to their headquarters.
Okay, so we can do one of two things, gentlemen. One, we can find a way to cough up all that money, or we find a way to smash down the doors and kill them all?
Oh, yes!
I am concerned somewhat. These criminals already have the address of the investigator. They'll, regardless of what we do, we could break in, we can steal the product. I don't know, but perhaps we could use this information to speak with the investigator and see if he can help us with such an action.
I do like that idea, and some extra muscle would be nice. I've got an idea. If we could convince the investigator to provide some DNA of his wife and daughter, then we could go covert and.
Well, we would need to speak to him first. DuPont, his name is.
Oh, guy.
Well, we could see how he feels about the situation. Perhaps they already have plans in place to take out this gang, and we could merely piggyback.
Perhaps. Although we'd have to probably garner his trust as well. Bother, what a
I'm
mess
sure once we explain that the gang is planning on kidnapping his wife and children, he may be grateful to us for letting him know.
Yeah,
And if we offer to help take out the gang, I'm sure he'd be happy with that also.
Yes, if we catch him in the act of actually accepting his supposed quote-unquote wife and daughter, then, he's got him by the balls, so to speak. I mean, it's not just a simple, hearsay drug bust. It's, fucked up shit. You could lock him up for a long time.
Well, we do need to be careful about that. The halfling Volton, his name, did mention that he has a number of the guard on his payroll, so we should be careful when we talk to anyone about this.
Ah, okay. Good thinking.
So perhaps doing this the right way by the law may not be the best option.
What are you suggesting?
Lawful neutral, anyone? What is this?
Neutral good.
Neutral good. Oh, okay.
They're criminals.
I mean, I like the midget's first plan that we just smash down the door and fucking kill them all, but he should know.
May not be so easy. I mean, they are likely well prepared for that kind of a fight. We should at least speak to the
They are
inspector
not
and-
prepared for Titus.
I mean, on a scale of 1 to 6-headed Hydra,
7.
what are we talking?
So how many guards and whatever did I see in the building itself? All right. Does I get a number of bodies that are seen in there?
You don't know if you saw the full building.
Dimension door again, anyone? No?
You have to.
Dimension door where?
I jest, we're not doing that. After getting stuck in the library again, I'm done with Dimension door.
It was so good and then so bad all of a sudden. I like out of character because obviously Titus doesn't even know what day it is. But I think Torik's plan is a really good idea, and I'm going to regret saying that. But
Or just kick the door down and
No.
go in disguise, right?
Yeah.
Well, either way, we need to meet the investigator first to get the DNA from his family.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, clue him in, have a couple of his most loyal guards on hand, right? And then,
and at least then we're doing it all above board, and the actual city guard
and
aren't
then,
gonna-
but maybe ask for the shimmer up front as a deposit.
You'd go into a fucking police.
Well, I mean,
can we help you with a raid so we can get those drugs?
I mean,
exactly. And I'm just saying,
we're inside the building. If some
this is
drugs go missing, then who's to know?
Oh, no.
Yeah, and then like we have,
You
then we,
know
you know, we say like, hey, here's our deposit. You know, bring the shimmer. Here is our deposit. The family of the guy who's trying to bring you down. I think that's they'd go for that.
Yeah, they'd lower their guard just a little bit.
Or we smash the door down and kill them all.
Or we just, believe me, Titus. Everybody knows what Titus would think. Let's just fucking murder the entire gang.
If we need more intel, I do have a good idea. Well, actually, on a scale of 1 to 10, how many like rats and things? How clean is Illyris?
Mostly clean from what you've seen. There's a sewage system, kind of series of kind of gutters, but can't take away most of the filth. So you get the impression that there's care put into its maintenance.
You know, if we could find some, I could pipe my way into seeing if we could get them to go and get some intel. I've got magic for that. Because yeah, in Havel's opinion, you don't go to the police asking for drugs. You do not go to guards asking for
You
drugs.
sound like you're speaking from experience, Havel.
Just saying, I've been with plenty of mercenaries. Shit doesn't usually go well.
Well, we could at least speak with the inspector first anyway, see what he thinks of the whole matter, and if we can even get him on board with it.
I doubt he'd be pleased.
Right, when you go to them, I am not standing near you.
Strictly speaking, he's not part of the city guard. He's been brought in from outside, Weirden. So he may be more willing to bend the rules, maybe? Possibly.
Right, so when they bring an investigator in to help catch the corrupted people, you think he'd be willing to corrupt and bend rules?
To save his family.
Yeah, cool. I'll stay here. You can do that.
Okay. So what time of day is it now?
So by now you're looking for 8 o'clock-ish in the evening.
Would it be too late for paying a house call?
Well, it's not like you're going on particularly socially acceptable business.
True. Right, drink up. Let's go. For those that are coming.
Oh, we're all coming.
I'm going, yeah.
Well, didn't Havel say he wanted to?
I am definitely not going in the building where you are asking police for drugs.
Okay.
There is a certain logic to that. In that if everything goes very wrong, would it not be beneficial to have maybe 2 or 3 of us who the inspector hasn't seen, and perhaps doesn't know about?
I mean, I'm personally willing to murder hobo the entire town, so that's up to you guys.
Crispy, you weren't planning on using the Lyrist again, were you?
Truly, the
It's just like a
massacre.
one
of
and
the
done, yeah.
Gonna nuke town it.
Oh,
Okay, so
So Havel,
guys
Triss,
finish your
who else to stay behind? Or to stay hidden while we go and knock on the door? Or just Havel and Triss?
Seems
so.
that way.
I think that's smart,
Yeah.
to be honest.
Okay, yeah, let's do that then. So yeah. Finish drinks and we'll head off.
Just make sure that when you go in there, try and find yourself a window that faces the street. I'll keep an eye on it if you need to know anything. I'll try and be, radio Triss and see what we can do.
you guys.
I will be the point of contact.
Even me.
Titus is the mediator.
The negotiator.
Oh, me.
Okay, so you guys finish up your drinks and kind of head out into the streets, where it's clearly a lot quieter now. People have kind of started heading home. But Rulin, you kind of leads the others to kind of the address that you've kind of been given here, and it's kind of a lot more central. Kind of not a particularly wealthy district, but like definitely kind of middle class kind of area. There's clearly some money, but as a person holding a fairly official title, you're not all too surprised by that. But you managed to kind of find this this building without too much difficulty, and it seems that you can see kind of the flicker of a fire through a window, so it seems that somebody's home.
Okay. Take a walk up and the door a rap.
Mm-hmm. So you kind of rap and wait for a minute. You kind of hear the scraping of a chair. And the door opens, but only opens a fraction, and you can kind of see there's still a chain in place. Yes, can I help you?
I'm looking for an investigator from Weirden by the name DuPont.
Is that so? And what business would you have with this DuPont?
We would like to discuss a certain halfling by the name Volton.
He kind of fixes you with another gaze. This is probably too much soul searching when you were really looking forward to this evening, but after a while, he kind of judges that you're not a particular threat. So you kind of get the door slammed in your face, but you kind of hear a little tinkling of metal, and sure enough, it opens. Well, if you're one of his thugs, he would have had me the moment I opened the door, so I guess that means I need to hear you out. He opens the kind of a door and ushers you into his house. And as you kind of walk in, you can see it's a fairly kind of no-nonsense home, kind of little dining room and kitchen. And you can kind of see washing up some plates, a fairly tall, slender, kind of elven lady kind of back to the door. She kind of looks over. Who is it, honey? We weren't expecting guests tonight. No, don't you worry here. It's nothing, honey. They're just colleagues of mine. And he ushers you kind of past the door leading to the kitchen. But as he kind of leads you towards his study, you hear, "Daddy, Daddy, bedtime story." No, not now, Famir. Go find your mother. She'll tuck you in. Oh, but Daddy, you promised. I'm sorry, sweetie. I'll read to you tomorrow. Fine. She kind of sulks off in towards the kitchen. Sorry, please excuse them. Anyway, here, take a seat. He closes the door behind you all. So, what is it exactly?
Well,
Not many people would come here willingly to talk about him, so I'm guessing between that fact and the fact we don't look like citizens of Lyris, you're not regulars around these parts.
no, not quite. We have business in the city, and well, story short, I have met with this Volton earlier this evening. I sought to do a deal with him. Above board, I assure you. And in return for this deal, he asked us to obtain something for him.
Oh, what would this something be?
He wants your wife and daughter. He gave us your address to visit here and take them, bring them to him. Now, that's not what we've come for, I can assure you. We are not bad people. Our friend is very sick. The only way we can help him is with Shimmer. And the only way we can obtain this Shimmer is through Volton. The only way we can make a deal with Volton was to take your wife and daughter. You see where this is going. However, we seek other means. We would seek your help. It seems you are an enemy of Volton, and perhaps you would be willing to assist us with getting what we need from Volton, and in return, we can help you take out Volton's operation. It's a win-win scenario. We all walk away with what we want. Your family stays safe. Simple.
So as you're explaining this, he kind of notices that you've kind of, waved the address around. Let me see that for a moment. And you see him open kind of a drawer in his desk and pull out what appears to be kind of a piece of paper that's kind of been painstakingly kind of glued back together. And he kind of takes this address and kind of looks between the two pieces for a while. Well, it's definitely his handwriting. So say that I believe you. I think that now that you've brought this to my attention, I may have to act a bit sooner than I'd originally planned. I don't know how much you're particularly aware, but from what I've learned here, not only the guard, but it seems that even House Ironin might be working with Volton in some capacity or another.
He did mention the guard, or some guard were on his payroll. He didn't specifically mention House of Ronin, but it would seem there's a lot of money to be made in this kind of business, and, well, Lord of Ronin doesn't strike me as the type who would shy away from such dealings.
Well, from my time in the Force, it seems that there aren't many lords who would shy away from much. But it does, however, raise the problem that I don't have any men in this city that I can truly trust with this.
You have at least 4 right here.
I had sense for a team to be quite deployed from Wales, but they're at least 2 or 3 days away at the earliest. We've been observing. We've got a reasonable network here. We think we might have found the warehouse where he stores his goods. The plan was to pounce and catch him in the act, but if what you say is true and he's meaning to move on my family, we may have to move those plans forward. If we could even seize any of the goods, it'll give us irrefutable evidence. This is enough to probably bring the whole network down. If we can pull out the kingpin, it'll, well, maybe thinking it'll be destroyed is naive, but it will definitely send shimmers through the underworld. That's no pun intended. He kind of looks at you guys. He can see that you're clearly armed and fairly well travelled. No, just quite unconventional, but I suppose you would probably be able to go and seize whatever's in that warehouse.
Titus is good at killing bad men.
We could do such a thing, yes. And what would you be doing in the meantime?
Well, from the sounds of it, I need to relocate my family to a safe house I've got just outside of town.
Before you do relocate them, don't suppose I could get a sample of their DNA?
Fair what?
We'll interject.
Deoxyribose nucleic acid.
It's a part of our plan. Trust me, no harm will come to your wife and daughter. It would help us with our infiltration.
Well, I suppose if what can it do? I'll go and you need to keep this discreet. I'll go and gather hair from each of their brushes. He kind of nips out of the room, just kind of back after a few minutes with kind of 2 strings of hair. Then he kind of hands them over to Tori. You can kind of see Tori. He doesn't really get it.
Well, he doesn't need to yet, but if we can, I think we can use this to get the jump on it. Which hair is which?
One in your left is daughter, and one in your right is my wife, or was it mine right? You know what? I can't really remember.
Oh dear.
I think maybe
Important.
maybe the plan has changed anyway. By the sounds of it, we're going after the warehouse, not the headquarters. So Volton himself won't be there, I imagine.
Yes, I suppose so. But my thoughts are, why not do both? We could do the planned sting we theorized and do the strike on the warehouse.
2 birds, 1 stone.
Splitting the party again.
No.
Do it at the same time.
Hit the warehouse and then hit the headquarters.
Yeah.
Or just, tell them that we have them and that we'll drop them off at the warehouse.
He would be suspicious that we know where the warehouse is.
Oh God, what a shame. We're being sneaky when he's been a sneaky shit the whole time. He's got to be used to. I mean, he's in the fucking underworld. He's got to be used to people we got to flex our muscles too.
Yeah. I do imagine that in the D&D universe, there's a lot of shit eaters who are like, I have my sources.
So we could write a letter, find a messenger to run to the headquarters, hand over the letter saying that we have the wife and child, that we'll meet him at the warehouse, implying that we know a lot about his business, which will make him think that maybe I'm actually not as suspicious as he thought, because I do actually know something about his business. He'll obviously show up with a lot of guards. That's the problem. So we'll have more guys to fight at the same time, as well as possibly himself and his personal guard.
Oh no, a fight. We hate fights.
Or we could make it on 2 fronts. We could take out the guys at the warehouse, get the product we need.
We don't want to split the party. I
don't mean split the party, but rather than merge 2 enemy forces into one, we can just take them on separately. It better odds for us.
Hit the warehouse without telling the guy, and then go and hit the guy later if we need to.
But why would we? But as soon as we get the shit, why do we even need to?
Well, yeah, there is that as well. But no point in bringing shit tons of people to one place.
To be fair,
Well,
we should.
we take out his
DuPont's-
warehouse. We take out most of his business anyway. So then maybe then the investigator can deal with the rest of it himself.
I mean, to be fair, DuPont is one of the best characters. I don't know if this is just me, but I really like DuPont. Like straight off the bat, and I want to help him.
I prefer
So
the leprechaun, but yeah.
let's
Don't
do
like
let's do
characters. That's when Crispy turns them evil.
Well, let's
Just
see.
no attachments. Just you need to be emotionally sterile to survive one of my campaigns.
No, really. Fuck. What I mean is, DuPont's fine.
Yeah.
So let's. But like seriously, let's fucking help him out. Like it would do good for Aluris, especially if the Lord's involved.
Yeah, then you just piss him off as well. Then we're implicated.
I do like the idea of pissing him off.
Yeah, yeah, me too. Fuck yeah.
Rylan loves the idea of sticking it to some noble elves. Like,
Fuck yeah. It's time for the Aluris Boogaloo boys.
we could do a lot of good by taking out the operation. There's not a whole lot in it for us beyond helping Equinial.
That's the thing. Like, so long as we get that pint of, like, yeah, as long as we get one pint and he's okay with it,
Okay,
really good.
let's do it. We'll hit the warehouse and then we'll go from there, depending on what happens.
Let's do it.
Right. Well, here, give me that. And he kind of takes the address you've got and kind of flips it over and writes a new address on the other side. It just looks like a kind of a normal goods house. That's how he operates here. It's all kind of very visible. It's almost like he's flaunting it in the face of the law. But then again, I suppose he doesn't really need to hide when he owns them. But I'll be moving my family to well, as you appreciate, I can't really tell you that would defy the point of a safe house. But
Guy, does the party know about your ink that you can disappear at will, or do you just know that?
I suppose. Let's say the party does know about it because
that would make it convenient and not metagaming.
Well, I mean, we've been adventuring for a year, right? And
Yeah, you'd probably know each other's tricks.
before joining the party, had no field experience. So he, in my eyes, he definitely would have let it slip at some point. Like anything, because that's like his level 1 stuff.
Yeah.
That's my thoughts anyway. It's up to Crispy, really.
I mean, as you say, you've been together for a year, so you've probably seen these tricks at play a few times. I don't think it'd be outside the realm of possibility for the others to remember seeing it now and again.
If we could write the address down on ink that could disappear at will, would that be okay? Or do you really not want us knowing where this is?
It's just risky. I'll be moving them out, and then I'll tell you what. I'll come back to this location as soon as I've dropped them off. It should only take me a couple of hours.
Okay.
I just won't put them in any more danger than needs to be.
Could I look out the window and see if anyone's trying to listen in to our meeting?
So you kind of walk over, and you kind of pop your head over the windowsill and kind of look around. And from kind of your elevated point, you can see down the street seems to be reasonably empty. Although you can kind of see Triss on her tiptoes trying to peek into this kind of first floor window.
So the only one I've caught eavesdropping is Triss.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's good. Or is it really Triss?
It might be Torek disguised as
Fire the cannon.
What if it's me disguised as her? Damn, he's cunning.
I'm just imagining now, like, Torek's crack habit leads him down like a kind of beautiful mind kind of scenario where he just thinks he's being pursued at all times.
By himself.
Yeah.
Of course, who else is smart enough?
He's got to try and lay traps that he wouldn't think of himself, which is just like, fundamentally impossible.
Sober
But then he
Torek
forgets
versus
about them and
drunk
thinks
Torek.
that he's trapping him.
When Torek's face peers over the windowsill, Triss is gonna tune in, God help her, to Torek Mind, see how it's going.
It's just a myriad of spider diagrams, and somewhere there's Beethoven.
God damn it.
Torek's mind is literally just one of those red rope walls.
And then if you tune into Titus's, it's just static feedback.
Yeah.
Just with the
Still better
occasional
than
move.
Hannibal.
No, like one of those oldie time things you see in the Fallout thing where it's like, please stand by. Like, we are experiencing technical difficulty.
I just like to think he's humming the A-Team theme or something. Like,
On repeat.
Yes! The F1 thing! Yes! Yes! By
Why?
the way, we are back this weekend, boys.
Oh, man. Can't wait.
Mew.
We have to have a
So-
watch party this weekend. But sorry.
Titus just clearly in the world of his own, dreaming about yak racing in his tribal homeland up north. But yeah, you tune in to Radio Torek.
Lewis Hamilton.
Moving swiftly on. So you've got the connection there, Triss.
Everything okay, Torek?
Oh, good, it is you. Yeah, I would say things are going 9 out of 10 for once, he is taking the warning seriously. We got a good lead to siege a warehouse. Hopefully we're going to be in beeswax. How's things looking out there?
Quiet. Okay, cool. As long as you're not being attacked. Yeah, that's all good.
On a personal aside, I love how for Torek, suddenly hearing voices in his head is reassuring.
I know.
Like at this point, that's just bread and butter.
You're not the usual voices.
You're not the man I thought you were.
Okay, so Dupont kind of, you see him reach under his desk for kind of a little kind of briefcase kind of thing. Right now, if you'll excuse me, I'll get about moving my family. But good luck. And he kind of goes to the door and opens it, and you kind of hear the kind of protests of his daughter, who's clearly been kind of untucked in. And kind of Dupont walks by again, kind of carrying her in one arm, and see him kind of hurriedly explain to his wife. She kind of stoically nods and kind of grabs a jacket from the wall, and they kind of lead you guys back out the front door and into the street. And he kind of takes a reasonably hefty-looking key out and locks the front door.
Does this mean we've got our own house now?
No, it's still his house.
Yeah, but he's not going to use it.
He's not there.
well, I mean, once we've taken down Bolton, he can move back in.
I like Torek's logic for all this. I found this wallet, just abandoned in that man's pocket.
I found this house just laying around on the floor.
Finders keepers, my dude.
It was just laying around on the floor.
Okay, after the warehouse.
Just lying around.
Yes, warehouse.
So yeah, by now the streets are kind of practically empty. Night has fallen, so you don't really have to push your way through people as you make your way to this new address. And this is kind of leading you kind of closer to the kind of mercantile sector, where the kind of tradesmen kind of have their shops. But it takes you a little bit longer because this isn't really kind of a high street, so you've got to go down a few kind of alleys before you eventually find this kind of, a very ordinary looking warehouse. It wouldn't really catch the eye at all. There's no company name on it. All you can see is like kind of a loading area where there's a kind of a wagon and kind of the padlock door at the front. It's not. It doesn't strike you as being particularly suspicious, which probably is the point. You kind of get the impression that the kind of hiding in plain sight seems to be the halfling's methodology here. You can't see any guards.
Is there any current going on around the warehouse? Or
Looks locked up for the night. The kind of front door is kind of locked. You can see that there's kind of windows around the side at an elevated level, and they're all closed up. Nobody's around, it seems. I mean, this is well outside normal business hours now.
Can I cast Detect Magic?
You can, and you get nothing back.
Oh.
He was prepared for that.
Yeah. You can!
What, Triss casting Detect Magic? No.
Hold on. This is a bit fishy. I feel like there would have been more place here for either someone or something going on.
So it's the building itself is locked up, but so we could walk straight up to the building with no fence or gate or anything in the way.
No, it's not really a separate compound. It's just the building set in amongst kind of a lot of other buildings in the area.
Okay, so
Being urban.
walk up to the front door and take a look at it.
Mm-hmm. So it's a kind of large structure, clearly designed to be, able to take probably even a wagon and load crates directly into it. But it's kind of tied up with a chain, quite a thick chain, and a suitably sized padlock to go with it.
Are there any other entrances to the building?
You have a skirt around quickly, Rulin, kind of taking care to stick to the shadows where possible. And you can't see any kind of alternate entry points to here, other than probably the windows, but they're kind of quite high up. You wouldn't really be able to reach them from street level.
What about the buildings either side? What are they like?
You've got a mixed match, really. You've got some that are kind of the backs of shops. You've got another warehouse kind of in front of the main entrance, about 15, 20 feet from it. But it's kind of what you would expect in kind of like a merchant's quarters in a city, really. Nothing extravagant, largely kind of commerce orientated.
So, do we burst in through the front door, or do we try and find a more subtle approach?
I think we should find out how many men there are we're dealing with before we act. If one of them gets away, then any potential future endeavors are blown. And if there's no produce in the building, then we're fucked.
Perhaps I could resolve that. If I
Hey, what are you gonna do? Say a prayer?
Shit! Oh,
Savage.
I like how you say that as if, like, it hasn't saved your ass on multiple times.
Because they're all healing. Healing is no longer my best friend. Letting Torek die is my new.
Spirit Guardians is my new best friend.
Havel stood behind Torek, just like a fucking adult with a little shitty child, is just gonna like open palm the back of his head.
So it kind of connects with a nice, solid sounding kind of whack.
Hey! Ow.
So,
Did you hunt?
where we stood, is it at the front door, or are we at down the stairs?
Yeah, you guys are kind of just in front of this door.
Okay, so I cast clairvoyance. Because you can put it in a logical place, e.g., behind a door that is closed. So I'm going to put an invisible sensor so I can see but not hear inside the warehouse.
So you kind of see the other side of this door, and you can see the walls to be kind of the outside looks like a professional warehouse. The inside certainly does not. The crates are kind of piled up in what seems to be no real semblance of any order. But you can tell through this kind of spell that there doesn't seem to be any kind of lit torches or anything in there. It's all quite dark, and you don't see any sign of activity.
I can't see people in there, and no lights, so either they're sat there with dark vision or there's just nobody.
Well,
Okay, maybe one of us should sneak in using the amulet we possess. That way, if there are any magical wards which he might have, we have a good chance to sneak by.
Are we sneaking?
No.
Well,
Someone else
Triss
is.
couldn't detect any magical traps of any kind, so
Are you willing to take that risk?
I'm just saying she
Right,
didn't
this-
detect any.
Seemed a little bit fishy to me. Felt from his approach with Ru- that this would have been better protected, and I just find it a little surprising that it seems so lax. Now we're here.
Oh shit, what if the information that the Oh god, what if it's false information? This is just a regular warehouse and not full of drugs at all. Oh dear.
Well,
Or he's doing a better job of hiding them than initially looks like. It's just a bit fishy. That's
I mean, we did go to him and tell him that, his wife and child were to be kidnapped. Could have been
Yendon-
just told us to come here.
And what was what was the distance that you could use that spell?
Sending is infinite range.
No, the what was the other one?
clairvoyance.
Yeah.
It's quite far, but it has to be somewhere you can see or is logically familiar to yourself. So behind a closed door is quite an easy one because it's
Yeah, just the other side of the door. Yeah.
So we could be talking about an underground facility or something, for manufacturing these kind of drugs.
Yes,
The entire warehouse could just be a falsity. The actual facility itself could be hidden away further inside. Maybe that's why we can't detect anything.
Well, only one way to find out. I say we boogie.
Electric
Well.
Boogaloo.
Torek, maybe you can get us through the padlock?
Titus is going to kick down the door.
Roll me an athletics, please.
I just want to see Titus bounce off it now.
So 15.
So you kind of get bored of the small fellas, bleating.
Yep.
And you decide to show them how you do it up north. So you kind of take a few paces of a run up, give it a thorough taste of your foot. But these are big, thick doors, and the chain holding it is very thick. So all it really does is to rattle the chain and padlock quite a bit, make a fair amount of noise.
I'm gonna use a. I'm gonna try and listen to hear if anything inside is reacting to that kick.
Well, Yendel's clairvoyance is still in effect, and you can't see any kind of activity as a result of that.
What can you hear?
What can you hear?
I can switch. Yeah, I can switch to hearing instead of seeing. So I'm gonna.
So you kind of switch that over and kind of listen out, and you kind of just hear nothing.
Yes, all quiet in there. Then, Torek, perhaps you should try the lock.
Avec plaisir, as we say in Gnomish.
Okay, so yeah,
I'm going to add a 5 to this with my flash of genius. So that's plus 11, 22.
So Torek, you kind of set to work on this padlock. And it's got a big lock, clearly heavy duty. So you kind of take your time not to kind of exert too much pressure on your pick, which was really designed for kind of small locks. But kind of your cautiousness kind of prevents it from snapping under the pressure. And after a couple of minutes, you manage to jimmy this thing open and kind of slide the chain from the handles.
Eureka! As always, I deliver. Except that one time.
The question is delivering what, though?
So we'll remove the chain and push the door gently open.
So the door is quite heavy, but clearly used and oiled, so it doesn't squeak as you push it open. And as you kind of pop your head around the corner, you can kind of see this warehouse is kind of a mess, really. With crates of all sorts of things kind of piled up, kind of barrels around the interior. As you kind of carefully creep around and look around some of these boxes, you see that the place is kind of empty. And on kind of further kind of exploration, you can see that there are a couple of kind of almost side rooms, kind of each of which is locked in turn. One of which containing like some crates marked with kind of a yellow spot in the top corner. And the other, some clearly of a nicer craft ship, kind of marked with the kind of a crest of House of Ronin. Kind of each behind a separate locked door.
Would try opening the door with the Ronin crates inside?
So you kind of go to move the grill, but it's locked quite firmly. The keyhole for this one, Torek, is kind of a similar size to what you're used to, though.
Shouldn't be too difficult.
Roll up, please.
Use another flash of genius while I'm at it. Ooh, not needed.
Yeah, piece of cake. You click this open in kind of less than 20 seconds. And the door kind of swings open.
Take a look inside at one of the crates.
So you move in, and you can see that kind of the chests, obviously visible to you now, are kind of quite long, and they bear this kind of sigil. But you can kind of see some barrels stacked up against the kind of one of the walls. So you kind of flick the catches of this first chest, and as you kind of open the lid, you can see in it kind of some wooden spacings and then 4 long kind of metal tubes, and kind of some kind of wooden club attachment at the other end.
Does it appear to be anything?
You don't know. You don't recognize it.
4 long metal tubes with a wooden club at the end. Can you give me a sketch or something? I'm just trying to picture in my head what that looks like.
I
Havel's
can't.
going to
My art
pick
isn't
one
that good.
up just to get a closer inspection and perhaps try and get more detail on what he's holding in his hand.
So you kind of pick this thing up, and it's reasonably heavy. And as you lift it out, it seems that it's not one tube as such, but kind of 2 conjoined tubes. And it's a fairly hefty thing, probably about 1 meter long. You can see it's kind of up near the end with the kind of a wooden club bit. There's some kind of intricate mechanism of sorts.
Oh my god.
The mechanism,
Is it
would
like
you
a,
say it's
like
like
a
a
curve?
hammer?
Yeah. Is it sort of
That's kind of for very small people.
It's a bomb.
No, it's a rifle.
It's a yeah. Is it like a handle on the
Sorry,
wooden thing,
I'll
with,
reverse that
a
statement.
little metal bit underneath that you could perhaps put a finger on and I don't know pull.
Almost
Why?
like a trigger of sorts.
Yeah.
Nope. There is. I believe I'm a huge proponent of the Second Amendment, but Torek should not have a firearm.
Torek doesn't have
time.
one yet,
Yeah.
so we're good.
No, but Havel does. Heaven fucking help us.
Yeah, give it to the guy who's good at shooting.
But yeah, you don't know
I
what
mean,
this.
Yeah. No one of us know what it is.
You don't know what this
That's
thing
general
is,
explanation.
but you know it's heavy, and you can probably swing it for a reasonable amount of bludgeoning damage.
Chris is gonna wander over and pick one up, and while things look like they're non-urgent, she's gonna cast the Identify Ritual.
Oh, does that?
So, Tris, you kind of pick one of these up, and it's heavy at kind of first grasp. You spend a bit of time, and gradually this purpose seems to almost come to you from the blue. And you can see that the mechanism is kind of some sort of kind of means of activating a certain kind of effect that basically means that this is kind of like all the convenience of a bow without the kind of drag of having to carry around a hefty quiver.
Oh, mate.
Well, I mean, we know what
Trish is-
cannons are. I don't know.
Nope.
Nope.
No, okay.
No,
So was no cannons in the game.
Yeah, it's
Tris is gonna tune into Radio Havel and let him know
wow, it's stood next to each other.
what it is. Yeah, but there's Torek and the others.
Please introduce me.
I don't think she would be throwing this information around readily. And she's just going to let Havel know what's going on.
Well, Torek, there are other ones in there. They're really too big for you to handle as such, being kind of almost twice the size of you. But you can kind of find yourself almost drawn to the mechanism part of this thing. There's clearly some kind of inner workings and craftsmanship to understand, so that appeals to your natural curiosity.
Yeah, maybe an idea to take one of these and research it. Would someone carry one of these out for me? Titus?
Oh god, okay. Torek, before you go messing around with it, just be careful.
What do you mean, they're tubes?
No, I don't think so. I think they're similar to a bow, with a slightly more efficient mechanism, perhaps, or maybe just a slightly more offensive.
Torek, dexterity, please.
Dexterity?
What?
That'll be a 17, Chief.
So you kind of turn to Triss, kind of obviously this disbelief in your face, and you kind of feel this kind of little bit of metal under the barrel start to give a little bit as you're grabbing it, but you kind of feel it going and kind of manage to take your hand away before you inadvertently activate anything.
Whew. Got some kind of effect when you hold it here.
So,
Here, let Titus pick them up.
Roland will open some of the other boxes and see what else is in.
How about stashing one of those?
So it seems that there are a couple of crates of these tubes lying around. There's also a kind of a few kind of boxes of what appear to be kind of metal marbles. And the kegs contain... Tor, you recognise it as the miner's ash that was carried on the Arabella before it went down.
Dude, these guys. Do we have to really kill Volton? He is the boogaloo of the Empire here. Let's keep
Oh
this
my
boy
God.
alive.
I think that's the boom powder.
Could this be
Then-
where it was being delivered?
Well, as soon as Dart mentions that, Roland remembers what happened to the ship and suddenly wants to get out of the room. But he will actually
Titus is
snatch.
gonna taste some.
He will pocket a couple of those metal marbles.
Mm-hmm. So you take a few of the metal marbles, and as you grab a handful, you can see that like underneath there seems to be a second layer of this box. And as you kind of investigate, you can kind of see some kind of bronzy coloured kind of capsules underneath, kind of hollow tubes. But yeah, you kind of pocket 10 or so of these.
All I know is DuPont and his boot-licking boy better legalize fucking shimmer, and it's time for the boogaloo. So,
Instant 180 on. In fact, you know what? There's a meme in there, isn't there?
there's so many. God.
So the ash and the pellets, are they all in the same box or are they in separate boxes?
So the ash is in kind of these separate barrels. The kind of balls and the cases are in another box.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm sure as shit not walking out of a barrel. Fuck that. That's cool.
Okay, so Yendon, while these others are kind of busy pillaging the supply, what's going on with you?
Since everyone's focused on the one room, I'll try and see if I can get into that other room with the box, the crates marked with the yellow dot.
Mm-hmm. So again, this room does appear to be kind of locked. Looks like a similar kind of setup to the one that you've just entered, though.
Torek, sorry to distract you, but your services maybe another lock is just begging to be picked here.
You know, people are going to start thinking I'm some kind of rogue.
Nah, too short for that, mate.
It helped last time I did this, so here's some aid.
15?
15 does it. You're in.
Sick. What do you reckon's in
much
this?
appreciated.
I'll head off with him, actually. I've got a very short attention span, I feel.
On to the next one. Yes, let's crack open a box and see what we can find.
Okay.
Great.
So you guys kind of managed to prise the lid off kind of one of these boxes. And in it you can see there's kind of like a whole range of different kind of materials, kind of in different kinds of vials and boxes. Torek, you can kind of see straight away. There's a shitload of fizz in here.
Oh no.
Oh,
No,
God.
no.
There's also what appears to be quite a bit of shimmer. And you reckon that, like, if all the boxes here are similarly kind of loaded, you could have, you could probably have your pint and then some.
The best fucking party we've ever seen.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Hmm.
Isn't this the that drug that I got a little familiar with? Or am I not mistaken?
While this is going on, Rulin's going to return to the front door and take a look out. You sure there's no activity going on?
So you kind of look out and you can't really see anything in the alley.
Okay. Were there other rooms we haven't opened yet?
No, it looks like that was kind of the only area that seems to be locked.
So Rulin will go back to the others and say, it looks like we have what we've come for, but does it seem like this was too easy?
Yes, it's strangely unguarded, all this.
Yes, you bring up a good point. Maybe we should check if, we're dealing with the real thing here. Yeah, I'm a good surrogate for this kind of thing,
Well, does Rulin recognize the vials of shimmer as being like the one that...
Yeah, it looks very much like what was being peddled earlier when Pambaldir was dealing.
Needless to say, Torek will still use it as an excuse to go toward the the huge amount of cocaine.
So there's, you're talking, several dozen kilos in all these crates.
Christ.
Say what you will about him, but Volton wasn't lying about being, the big honcho in Illyris.
Oh my.
So what exactly was the plan here? We raid the warehouse, we find what we need, and then what exactly do we do with the rest of this? We can't leave it here.
No,
It's cool.
I agree, yes.
Titus is just gonna look at Firetooth and just stare at Tress, just like waiting for her to start a fire.
You okay, Titus?
Yes. We should burn this place.
Around about how much of the black powder was in that other room?
Probably about 4 or 5 kegs.
I think maybe starting a fire would not be the best idea, Titus.
Why?
Do you remember what happened to the ship? Those barrels that went boom?
When I had to get wet,
Yes.
that was not nice.
No. And I imagine the neighboring buildings wouldn't appreciate such a thing either. We'd
Yes.
probably level the entire block.
I do not want to get wet again.
No.
That wasn't really
Maybe we could disable this somehow. So is this like a dock warehouse? Or?
No, it's very much a kind of middle of a city, Lambert locked kind of warehouse.
Okay.
Aren't we going back to Japan when we're done with this anyway? I thought the whole idea was to find evidence, wasn't it?
Yeah, but at the same time, we've, we want to try and take down the syndicate.
Well, that's the whole point of telling him, isn't it? He needed evidence to...
Oh, you boys didn't think it'd be that simple, did you? You guys can't turn as you've been discussing this. You kind of see this halfling, and in true to his eccentric nature, Rulen, you see that kind of red and yellow carpet wrapped around him from earlier, like a cloak. Behind him, you can kind of see a couple of city guard, and he's accompanied by not only his kind of orc bodyguards, but also kind of another shifty-looking fellow who you didn't see. Did you people honestly think I don't have someone watching this warehouse 24 hours a day?
Who is this little man? Looking at Torek.
Why, how am I supposed to know who he is? Not all little people know
Well,
This would be.
he kind of nods. He nods to Torek here. As happy as I am to see another one of my kin, don't really appreciate you being in my warehouse.
Ah, yes, I understand. I'd be pretty peeved too.
So he kind of looks to you, Rulen. So these would be the associates, I take it.
Yes, they would. I'm actually rather glad to see you here, Volton. You've saved us a trip to come and track you down at your headquarters. Would have been probably quite difficult to get inside there, I imagine.
Well, what can I say? I'm happy to oblige. Office there'll be much apprehending going on. You see, my boys here aren't the only ones coming. I'd say, why don't you put down all those pointy sticks you got there, and we'll go and settle this. You probably want it done in the public domain.
No, you're just trying to lure us out so we don't damage your goods.
Well, what can I say? He's not as dumb as he looks.
My intelligence is at least 20.
And my intelligence is at least 6. I don't
Titus,
think
you know
doesn't know what I
6?
mean.
At least some.
At least many.
At least some. It is not the one.
Well, so be it then. Sick 'em, boy! And as he says that, he kind of flings off this rug. But as it kind of comes towards you, Rulen, you see kind of some teeth appear in the front of it, and kind of drool appears out. Seems he has himself a pet mimic. Roll initiative. everybody.
That's cool.
You also
That's
see
so sick.
underneath the cape one of these long sticks.
Oh, great.
Oh shit.
This is gonna be fun.
Fuck. He's packing heat, boys. Yeah. Oh, crispy! Look at this beautiful. Look how beautiful this is.
Oh, me and Rulen are just like all the way up
Where are
there.
the other two?
24?
24, baby.
Get him on the board.
Oh, there he is! There he is over here with one of those sticks. Crispy, this is so cool!
There's 3 of us on 24.
Oh no, 23.
Oh, damn.
That's annoying with a fucking.
Oh, we've got 3D again. Oh, this is fucking
Oh,
amazing.
look, it's Tyrion Lannister.
Hold up, hold up.
No, it's not. It's Lyrian Tannister.
Alright, where
It's not
are
a
we?
rip-off at all.
Which of the side doors was the one with the guns in? 'Cause that's the one I'm going to be closest to.
But the one with the what? The pointy sticks?
The metal
Yeah.
tubes. Was it the front one or the back one? Crispy.
It was the one with the barrels in it.
Oh, this one then. Okay.
Oh,
So I'd be
and
towards that door then.
more of those.
Oh, they are big barrels.
Crispy, you are just fantastic, man. Look at this map.
It's good, isn't it?
Ooh, guards are actually pretty on it today.
Man, I'm so glad I said let's fight in the warehouse. It means Crispy didn't have to quickly draft up a new map in the street.
I was slightly concerned, put it that way. Yeah.
Oh
Let's
yeah, wait.
fight on the astral plane.
Crispy, that moment when I was like, let's just let a Quiniel die.
Triggered
And
into
Torik's like,
I'll let you
let's fight on
yeah.
the let's fight on the astral plane, and he banishes everyone.
And that's where we'll end the session. Crispy, it's 8 o'clock. Yep. Come again next week. Well, actually, no, can't do next week. I'll be away, just as a quick heads up.
What?
No, girlfriend's birthday, so no real excuse on that one.
Why are you dropping this bomb to me when I'm finally getting my combat endorphins?
It's bringing you down. It's raised you up just to smash you into the ground.
I am going to quickly nip to the loo before we start this, because I get the feeling it might drag on.
Not a
But
bad idea.
I'm gonna get a drink.
Dungeons and Dragon.
That's not a bad idea.
Is he gone? Is he still here? Is he still here?
What is he? What is
He's
it?
gone. He's probably listening still, but
Oh yeah, he's totally listening.
still listening. But let's just kill these guys. Let's drop this whole shattered fang thing and just become drug lords. Like, we have it all right here. Like,
Why are you being so murder hobo-ish?
I don't know, but just think about it. Titus doesn't know what it is. He just I don't know.
If anyone's becoming a drug lord, it's definitely Torek over here.
Yeah, Torek would be a great drug lord. Or Triss. I feel like Triss would be a really good drug lord too.
Ooh! A spin-off where it's an alternate reality where Torek and Triss are the two warring drug lords.
Oh, that would be kind of sick.
And Roland's the guard trying to stop him.
He's dead.
Yes. And Titus is homeless. I want to put Yandor on that. Where do you want to go, Rich? On the map. Let's put you in the middle somewhere. Yes. Yup. Right.
Yeah, like right about.
Oh no! Quick, he's coming back.
No, I
Hurry,
was off in the other room with Torek, wasn't I? Wait, am I tiny? I need to be bigger, don't I?
Oh wow, yes, Torek is definitely safe.
Oh, dude, I love. Fucking A. It's been too long since we had a combat.
Literally have one session without combat.
Literally, yeah, one session without combat, and I'm like, good. Finally. Titus gets to play. Shit.
Alrighty, when everyone's back, we'll get to it then.
I am back.
Okay. Are we still missing anyone?
Roll call.
Nope, we're here.
Here.
Okay,
Jace,
cool.
Pascal.
Jason, Pascal.
I will give him a minute more, it's fine.
In that meantime, I'm going to grab a little drinky.
Catch up on my notes.
God's Volton. Oh, look at that. Human Mystic. Mimic. Oh, yeah. Who's the Mystic? The boy with the... This guy. What is this?
Does it say Mystic to you?
Whoa, it's just like Titus Light. This gun is going to hurt. Titus is about to become a ranged character.
Just throwing these tubes at people.
Just throwing guns.
Borderlands.
Only wearing a Hawaiian shirt.
And a tactical vest.
Are we waiting for someone?
Jason Pascal.
Crispy. Only just saw
Is Chance breaking up for anyone else?
Yeah.
It's so sad because he sounded like he had something good to say. Oh, by the way, Crispy, you're busy on Sunday, but how about Saturday, my friend?
I'm going to be in the since Thursday up onwards, I'm afraid.
Fuck.
Yeah, I know.
That's all right. It's July 4th weekend, so I'm going to be getting shitty anyway. So
We could do a Call of Cthulhu midweek to pull us through if you like.
Works for me.
Let's get this road on the show.
Yep. Okay, so kind of suspecting that shit was going to hit the fan. Real and Havel and Triss, you're not going to stand there and kind of take it before you can give it out. So then, Hal and Ruin, up to you. Who goes first?
Pavel?
I don't mind. I've got no plans as of yet. I will let you decide. Decide.
Well, seeing this toothed carpet charging towards him. What is I'm gonna do?
that's really fucking badass, by the way, Crispy. Cool idea.
Well, variety to be able to this humanoid fight.
Fuck, what the hell am I gonna do? I don't know. Don't really want to charge at these guys. I could be by myself.
You won't be alone.
I should really have changed my prepared spells, huh? That's okay. I've got the anti-Hydra build.
I'm gonna take 2 steps to the right. And drawing my spear, I'll hold an action for when someone steps within melee range to make an attack.
Okay. Cool. So you ready that spear, kind of brace yourself from what you assume to be probably a vicious charge from this kind of big, beefy orc directly ahead of you.
Mhm.
Avel.
So these like kegs of the miner's ash, are they literally these ginormous ones that are the size of our entire bodies? Or
No, they're not quite that big. Think kind of like maybe. Do you know the kegs that like pubs refill beer from?
Yeah,
That kind of size.
Still quite big.
Yeah, I mean it would go boom.
It
But
would
you
go
don't.
boom.
You don't know how much it would go boom though. Is the thing. Or what else is in the rest of the crates in the warehouse?
Oh, that's true. But I am also the person who fires explosive arrows directly near my team. So
It's reckless city over here.
yeah, as long as I'm fine, that's all that matters. So speaking, is that like a bonus action in your turn?
To do what? Sorry. Speaking. Oh
To
yeah.
speak.
Depending on the length of the sentence, like anything like kind of a few words, I'll let you do for free. But if it's going to be like a long plan, then yeah, it'll be bonus action.
Not a long plan. Havel is just going to pipe up and be like, "Listen, mate, we know what's in these barrels. You think you're going to kill us? Well, we might as well just take everyone out together."
So that's going to be long enough for a bonus action.
Yeah. So yeah. Well, I'll use my bonus action to say that then.
Okay.
See if I get anything from him. No. Speaking towards the midgets.
It's not his turn.
Oh
He's not
shit!
holding
Yeah,
a pillow.
Yeah, exactly.
He can't respond straight away. Okay. And if that's the case,
Who's fucking with my order?
I haven't touched anything. Have you locked the? Yeah, I've locked the board. I can't move it.
I've locked the boards, but the crates aren't locked because I want to have to do it all individually.
I was just seeing where people were.
Probably should actually. Probably do that.
So midget orc there.
If you give us locking permissions, we can help out.
That's fine.
You can highlight everything and lock at once, can't you?
Yeah, I just don't want to get you guys in it as well.
That
That's the
makes
thing.
sense. Yeah.
I'll lock most of them.
Why don't you highlight everything, lock it, and then just unhighlight us?
Because I'm already halfway through locking the manual.
Okay.
Damn it! I had such plans.
And if that's the case, I'm gonna move here, kind of around the side of Titus. Oh, I don't know.
Make a decision. I'll make it for you.
I know. I was hoping he'd be able to just respond, because then I know if I'm shooting people or not.
I mean, you're gonna be shooting people. It's just whether you're shooting them flamies or the regular boys.
Avel snatches Triss's teapot from out of her pack. And
Fuck, give me that here. Yeah, and in that case, just to show that I am not fucking about, I am just gonna, do the whole arrow thing. Surprisingly, that mimic would be a hard shot because it's past him. But this gentleman here,
okay.
with the weird looking face.
Yep.
Yep. I'll just fire standard arrows for now. None of my good shit. So I'll roll them together. Interesting.
That's just like incredible.
Holy shit.
You know what, Jace? I'm going to give you a choice on this one. Do you want me to give you the standard crit and then a failure, or do you want me to just say you got one hit and it cancels out the crit failure and the crit success?
I'm going to go with the standard hit and cancel out crit success and crit failure.
Okay. So the first one hits him really hard because he clearly wasn't expecting this. He hadn't really thought hostilities had started. So roll me the damage.
Yeah, so it's 1d8 plus 5. So a 9.
9. Okie dokie. Second one, as you kind of fire this arrow at him, now he's kind of expecting it. You see him kind of like hold out his kind of hand, kind of fingers raised, and the arrow kind of stops in midair. And you see him kind of twist this arrow and just hurl it back. And his thing hits square in the chest. So roll me the same damage, but against yourself.
Oh my god! Oh.
What?
Oh, come on, of course that'd be the good one.
Yeah, it's more. Yeah.
Asshole.
Now,
He's got a bladed cuirass.
Plus your
Yeah, plus
relevant modifiers is going to be
12 then.
12 damage. So you kind of taken aback by this blow. Strange to be on the receiving end, but you've never seen anything like this before.
Yeah. Asshole. And I'll finish my turn here. That's me done.
In the way.
Oh.
Fine.
That's my turn.
Stay right
There. Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. That leaves us with Tristan, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm gonna do a Havel, sneak out a few steps, and then I'm gonna cast Evard's Black Tentacles sort of smack bang in the middle of this slot. So they've got to pass a Dex 16, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Dex 16, so let's do the Orc. That's just a success. I'm afraid, Tris.
Okie dokie.
Let's do the Mimic. That's a fail.
Cool. So he's taken what's he taking? 3d6 bludgeoning damage, I think.
Mm-hmm. One rolled up.
Yeah. Wait, let me just double check that. 3d6, yeah.
Is it only when it starts its turn in there?
Hold on a second. So,
Actual.
tentacles plus square.
This time it's
Creature that starts its turn in the area and is already restrained by the tentacles takes 3d6 bludgeoning damage.
Yeah, so
It's when it starts its turn.
Yeah, so he's got to take it
Okay.
then.
yeah, so they get restrained and have
Yeah.
to pass a check.
Okay.
Safety.
Yeah, creature restrained by the tentacle. Action, strength, or dexterity check. Its choice against my spell save DC.
Mm-hmm.
On a success freeze itself.
Okay.
All right.
Right, so the Human Mystic was again 16. That is a pass from him. And then what was the radius on it? Was it 20 foot by 20 foot square tentacles?
yeah, 20-foot square. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll get guard 1 as well.
Well, I think it's just started their turn, isn't it?
Well,
So he fails as well. So the mimic and the guard kind of fail this. So they are what, restrained? Okay. Cool. So the guards. So roll that up for guard 1 then, Tris. The 3d6 or whatever it was.
Is that Tristan's turn over then? Yeah.
Unless she wants to move, that is, yeah.
I think she already had.
So what's that? 8 plus 5. So that's going to be 13 damage to guard 1. Jot that down.
Wait, she rolled 13 then?
Yeah.
Oh, so it's not plus
So-
anything. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a spell. Not many of them are plus.
Yeah.
Just straight 3d6. Yeah.
Okay, so he is going to kind of attempt to make a strength saving throw to get out of that. Yeah, so he kind of takes a bit of a battering from these tentacles, but he kind of manages to kind of pull himself free. However, that is then his go. The other one, kind of seeing this kind of mass of tentacles ahead of him, he is actually going to kind of pull out a crossbow. And he's kind of only really got line of sight on kind of Torek here. The big orc is really kind of blocking you, Rulan, there. So he's going to fire twice at Torek. Ooh, so that is going to be a crit and 18.
18 does go through. Torek is going to use deflect missiles. Oh, fuck. I got nothing.
Torek's not a monk. Okay, so that is going to be 3d8.
Maybe he can use whatever magic shit this guy's got. Telekinesis.
This plus 8, Torek. So you take 21 damage from these bolts as they hammer home into you.
Ooh, 21 damage.
Mm-hmm.
21!
It was a crit.
Not that bad.
It was a crit. The other one did hit. So he kind of just, you can see that this guy is trained. But those marks kind of whiz home and kind of find you there. And that is the end of their go. So, Homunculus.
Homunculus is, as the moments upward to the fight were leading off, Torek noticed that this crate here is in a really good position for some shenanigans. He's going to command the Homunculus to fly over behind it in this corner. It's then going to use its ranged attack to try and blast open the crate and shoot the produce over the guys behind it.
Okay, so
Guy!
I like
kind
it.
of roll me an attack, please.
Okay, so that's a plus 5, so 15.
Mm-hmm. So it kind of fires this bolt at it, and it's not particularly strong timber, so it kind of punches a hole in one side and out the other. And Mystic kind of looks up and kind of tries to shield himself as a load of grain falls harmlessly over his head in a cascade.
Ah,
God
well,
damn it!
worth a go.
That was such good role playing. That was so.
In all fairness, yeah, that was a totally worthy outcome of it. Man, if luck was a stat in D&D, it would be my favourite stat.
Yes,
I put things to luck way too often.
I think the problem with that, though, is it would be like entirely DM's like kind of discretion as to how your luck
Guy
went.
is such a good
Oh,
role
yeah,
player,
yeah.
though. He just
Yeah, no, to be fair,
stuff
that was cool, but like, yeah, this part isn't the dangerous part of the warehouse, it looks like.
Would you
But now we know
as
we
a
can blow
trying
it
to
up.
interrupt his
just
concentration?
to confirm, the monkey used his reaction.
No, he just kind of looked up and saw this thing coming.
Okay. Well,
Getting showered with grain isn't a reaction as far as I'm aware.
Pack of the sand.
right,
You have no reaction.
Let's roll off. Let's see it.
Okay,
Ah, shit.
well, that's good enough.
Oh, let's go. All right. God, I wonder where Titus is going. Good lord. Question is, he'd probably go here. He'd probably just kill the biggest guy he sees.
Yeah, this orc is like as big as you are, so that is a challenge.
He's as big as Titus?
He's a fairly hefty boy.
Wait,
That's
what?
probably a
Okay.
steroid user then.
Okay, if he's as big as Titus, that's exactly where I'm going. If he was like small, if he was like 7'6", tiny, I'd be going here. But that's different. Okay, I'll take him on.
Even for an orc, that is big, yeah.
He's a dire
this,
orc.
this may surprise you. I'm going to bonus action rage.
hmm
And again, I am going to go reckless on both
Okay.
of these attacks. Shield and axe. That is not enough, probably. 15.
15 is a miss, I'm afraid. The axe
Wait, no,
can't-
that's not even right. Plus, that's not even right. I know an 18's to get a hit.
well, 18 hits, or well, whatever it is, plus your modifiers.
Oh God, 7 damage. Jesus.
So, kind of, you get your first blow parried, but you kind of manage to hit him with the flat of your axe as it comes back up. And you just kind of hear this orc just chuckle, "Ha! Puny Goliath!"
Excuse me, yeah. Excuse me. What did he say again?
He's looking at you with disdain after that childlike blow.
Okay. Oh.
He's
Okay.
he's clearly fought much bigger, much tougher opponents than Titus before, and he was looking forward to a fight, but clearly this isn't going to be his evening for that. Well, you know, he may as well have stayed home knitting for all the violence he's probably going to receive from you.
I can hear Chaz's head veins throbbing from here.
Okay, bitch, let's fucking go, bro.
Okay, so if that's
By
all
the
you
way,
wanted to
Spirit Guardians, so let's fucking go.
do. Yep, that does take place. Cool. So, unless you've got anything else, that is going to be.
I mean, I used my bonus action. I was so excited to send him flinging into the grain. But
okay, then. So he is going to kind of use his movement to kind of clamber up onto these crates for a bit of a vantage point. And he can kind of see roughly what's going on. Triss, this guy isn't an idiot. He didn't become a kingpin of a major city, an imperial city, with his kind of physical abilities. He saw you cast those tentacles. He's not happy about it, so he's going to be giving you both barrels.
Both?
Mhm. It's similar to what you guys have found in that crate, so you can see that the kind of two barrels, one under the other. So you kind of see him kind of make an action with his hands kind of underneath the main thing of this these tubes, and he kind of lifts it to his shoulder, and you kind of hear these almighty crashes and a puff of smoke in quick succession against Triss. So a 24 and a 17. Really need to do something about your armor rating.
Yeah, a
Um,
little bit.
so it's going to be 2d10 plus 8. That could have been worse, to be honest. So 12 piercing damage there, Triss. He's kind of still not quite steady on his perch, but you kind of feel this stinging pain kind of in the sides of your kind of right leg. And as you look down, you can kind of see blood kind of oozing out and kind of a almost burn mark around the edges of the hole in your trouser leg. I need to roll a concentration, please, for the tentacles.
What do I need to get this to keep going?
More than 10.
There we go. Cool.
Mm-hmm. So you kind of grit your teeth and kind of keep focused on kind of doing your job. The tentacles kind of flicker for a moment, but you kind of will them to maintain their hold on reality. And then, kind of as his bonus action, he kind of shouts back to Havel. I think I fancy my chances over here, boyo.
Uh-oh.
It's the fucking IRA, boys. Let's take them down.
Tarek, you are up.
Don't
All
go to
right.
any pubs in Birmingham.
Canister. Yes. I'm gonna help my boy Titus out.
Bruh.
I'm going to maneuver myself in hard cover against that gunfire.
Okay, so you kind of find yourself a position behind these crates.
But I can see Titus. I'm going to hit him with a needle that he's going to find quite familiar. I've been working on it. So, I'm going to hit him with the enlarge. The target size doubles in all dimensions and its weight is multiplied by 8. This growth in size size increases by 1 category. So large would go to, what's the size up from large?
I don't think
He's still technically only medium.
Yeah.
Oh, so he is now a large character.
Yeah.
His weapons will do an extra 1d4 damage, and he has advantage on strength and checks and saving throws.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think that's all there is to mention. I'd love it to be like I hit him with it and it like enhances his own Goliath magic as he starts to get bigger and covered in his own like spiritual blue flame.
Cool. So Titus, as you kind of grow, the orc in front of you, you just watch as his face lights up. This is more like it.
And now we hope that he doesn't have some kind of giant killing feat.
Ah, shit.
Chris is now checking the stat sheet.
We have now effectively
Reads furiously.
That's my secret cap. I never write a stat sheet.
What is this?
but now we have effectively plugged the hole. All right, and on a bonus action. I don't want a bonus action. My bonus action was just making that spell look cool as fuck. Anyway, moving on.
Cool. So that brings us to Yendon.
I've been trying to decide between a couple of plans for ages. It's hard when you've got like 8,000 spells to learn. What I'm going to do is I will cast the level 1 spell and finally use some of that holy water I got. So just a splash of holy water and I cast Bless. It's going to be on... Hang on, I think it's 3 targets. Yeah. So I'm going to cast Bless on Rowan, Titus, and Havel. Why not?
Okay.
So it's concentration, and on any attack or saving throw they make while I'm concentrating, they can add a d4.
Cool.
And I'll pull out my crossbow and shield. And that's it.
Okay, cool. So you guys kind of feel this reassuring presence again. You're kind of familiar with it by now. You can kind of see Yendorn's little kind of holy icon glowing. Kind of fills you with confidence. Alrighty, the Mystic is up. So kind of brushing the worst of the grain from his trousers, He kind of looks up and sees this now giant Titus, kind of kind of looming over kind of his companion. So he kind of puts his hand to his head, closes his eyes for a moment, and then as he opens them, Titus, you can see they're kind of glowing a dark purple. Roll me a DC 18 Wisdom saving throw, please.
Oh.
Don't worry. Titus's favorite stat.
You get an extra D4, don't you?
DC 18.
Mm-hmm.
So enough last 16.
Oh,
Titus, you kind of feel this kind of insidious presence in your head. And like, as you watch, your kind of arms go limp. You try to kind of move them back up to your kind of defensive stance, but you just can't. You're kind of like a prisoner in your own body here. So you are stunned for the duration of this. It's a concentration spell.
Fantastic.
So yeah, the rest of you kind of
Someone
see
hit that fucking guy.
you see Titus just kind of stop as if somebody's kind of turned an off switch there.
Oh, did he do his
Yeah.
saving throw for the tentacles?
He passed it the first time.
yeah.
When he
yeah.
starts his turn.
Did he?
But he didn't
take
fail it
damage
the
for
first time. So,
Oh, okay.
and as he roughly mentions, he is actually going to go and try and get that annoying bug that tipped the grain all over him.
So is the tentacles not still there? Or?
Yeah. Does he not?
Yeah,
take
but
damage
he
for being
passed
in
it,
the
so
zone?
he's immune after that, isn't he?
No, it's
But
the
it
start
was-
of each turn, I think. Each turn that you're in the area, you have to make.
Start of its turn there, the creature must succeed a dexterity saving throw or take the damage, yeah, and be restrained. So if he's past it, wait,
Yeah, but he rolled it. He rolled it
Yeah.
when it was cast, which is when you shouldn't normally roll it.
yeah,
He
so
should have
passed
rolled
it
it at the
anyway,
start of
yeah,
his
he's passed
turn.
it for.
Oh, okay. In which
He's
case, yeah,
passed
that'll.
it for this turn.
All right, okay, yeah, fair enough.
In
So now
subsequent
it's
turns,
moved,
he'd have to roll again.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, we just kind of got the technicals wrong for that one.
Oh yeah, because he's not had a turn yet. Because it was his reaction that he hit. I'm thinking that he already had a turn.
It wasn't even his reaction that hit Havel with. It was just that it was a crit fail.
Oh, all right, well, fair enough.
Okay, so he's done that. So the mimic. So that then failed it, and so Trissa, I need you to roll damage against him. Basically, for the start of this turn, we'd already resolved it, but we'll go with that dice. So give me them numbers, if you will.
15.
15. Okay. So this one is actually going to make a dexterity save throw to get out of this.
Has disadvantage, I think. Anyway. Oh, it doesn't matter.
Oh, that's the point, actually. It's a mimic, so it's got kind of a slippery skin, the kind of slimy exterior, so that should probably be an advantage.
Well, I mean, the restrained condition gives you disadvantage, so I guess it kind of balances itself out.
I don't think it gives you disadvantage against the same thing that you make against it. I'm not 100% on the rules on that one. It would seem
I was
highly
reading
powerful.
this stat sheet that's on, that everyone gets a copy of. I was just reading the conditions off there.
And
Speed
suddenly a
0,
giant
no
crab
bonus
creature
action.
falls through the
Your
roof.
attacks and dex saves have disadvantage, and hostile has advantage.
Bear with me, I will consult the internet.
Again, as he loads in the giant crab creature.
Yeah. Giant crab creature Google.
Crab. people.
Just saying, Titus is stunned, so he's in kind of a vulnerable position right now.
So I gotta have a party death at some point.
I'm ready to roll up, nude. Titus was getting boring anyway. So. God, please no, please.
I was joking. I'm sorry.
I'm kidding.
That's I can't really find anything on it.
That's it's your call.
I just think that, like, if it were, you'd get disadvantage against the same thing, would be, it'd be incredibly powerful to just basically perma-lock someone in something.
I think it's just specifically Dex throws those, so that, like you said, they can still make a strength save and throw to get out of it, or whatever it is that you need. But
it's, I mean,
it's DM's choice.
yeah. We'll save that one failed it that time, so it stays there for this time. But it'll make it again next turn, and we'll kind of go with it doesn't give disadvantage on it, because otherwise I will start using that against you guys, which I think would be very unfair against you. Okay, so the mimic is done. That brings us on to the orc. So the orc, as his bonus action, is going to frenzy. So it's kind of like a variation on rage. So he is going to make some attacks against Titus. 3 in particular, because his bonus action is... Oh no, his bonus action has been used, never mind. So from subsequent turns, he can make an attack with bonus action while he's frenzied. So for this time, it's just going to be the 2. So I guess it would have been advantage anyway, because it was reckless. So being stunned doesn't really matter. So the 1 hits. And the second crits. Ooh. So that's going to be... Let me work that out. 66 plus 12. Although it is slashing, so it will only be half. So what's that? 38. So 19 damage to you, Titus.
Oh, just 19.
Mm-hmm. As he
That's pretty weak.
he kind of like rakes this great sword across your kind of dumbfounded body. You kind of see that he's really enjoying himself. To the point where he doesn't even try and move out of the tentacles. He's just ignoring them and just laying into you. Okay, cool. Rune and Havel.
Havel, do you want to go first this time?
Got nothing back here. Let's have a look. So I am Ha. Oh, I know exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to climb up onto this barrel here. Ah!
Mm-hmm.
Almost a trick.
Also fails his dex save.
There we go. Just so I've got a line of sight on Freaky Boy over here.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think I need iridium arrows. So yeah, two standard arrows again
Okay.
on the fancy pants. And oh, thank God for that. So that's a 25 and a 24.
So 2 hits.
Yeah, boy. Oh, I'm a fucking nonce as well, but oh well. Hunter's mark,
Just
yeah.
stating that for the record.
No, so that's 9 plus it's 14 damage, and something I forgot to do at the beginning of the round will
Hunter's
be
mark.
Hunter's mark as my bonus action for next round.
Okay, so 14 damage to him. Let me jot that down. So he needs to make a concentration saving throw, or 2 arrows, so he makes 2. So less than 21 damage, so that's going to be DC 10. So 1 pass. And 1 fail. So Titus, you kind of suddenly find yourself back in control of your senses. You can kind of snap out a little bit. You can kind of feel some kind of blood oozing down your leg from these sword blows. But you kind of raise your shield and axe up again.
Good.
And I will
Thank
sit
you.
down to finish off.
Mm-hmm.
Good to go.
Brilliant.
Okay. Well, seeing that this avenue is kind of now blocked up by Titus, Rulin's going to give flanking a go. So 1, 2, 3,
Should look
4,
like that.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's 45 feet gets him to there.
Mm-hmm.
And that's so I'm actually next to this guy now, aren't I? Just because he's small.
There is a crate in the way. He's kind of half and half there just for the balance. So
So
it's actually square is. You can't,
that's what I mean. Yeah, I'm just going off. I'm just going off the
diagonal.
square. Yeah, yeah. Okay,
It's that diagonal.
okay. And then I'll hit him with my fucking spear.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the first time I've actually properly got to use this because it was pretty ineffectual against the Hydra.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so first attack. At 29. Oh.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
And,
so roll me the damage for that one.
Alright, so let's see, D8 plus 7. 14 damage.
So 14 damage to him. There he is.
And
as his reaction,
Okay.
he kind of reaches into his pocket and kind of grabs a handful of something out of the bag. And as he kind of throws it at you, this kind of little black cloud shimmers in front of you. Then you see him kind of snap 2 rings together on his finger, and there's a slight spark. Kind of in front of you, kind of just erupts a kind of a sparkling array of kind of bright lights and kind of loud bangs right in front of your face. So I need you to make me a DC 16 Constitution saving throw, please.
You get plus 1d4.
Don't need it, I guess.
Mm-hmm. So you kind of find your ears ringing for a bit, but you kind of channel a bit of your ki to kind of keep you focused. And your kind of vision soon starts to clear.
Okay. Right, so from that first attack, I'll do a stunning strike for 1
Okay.
key point. So that's a DC 14 Constitution.
He passes.
Second attack with the spear. 30 plus, what was it? Plus 10, 23.
Hits.
Okay. That's 9 damage.
Number 9 damage. Okay.
And then bonus action flurry of blows
Okay.
together. So that is 19 and 25.
1 hit, 1 miss.
19's a miss.
What?
You also get plus 1d4 on that.
Oh, yeah, so I do, sorry. So that'll actually be 23.
2 hits, yeah.
Right, okay. And then my 2d6 plus 10. 17 damage from that flurry of blows. And I will force him to make a dex saving throw or fall prone.
Okay, dex saving throw. It's DC 14 again?
Yep.
He passes it.
Okay.
So it's quite small. The target areas you'd usually channel key into don't seem to have the same effect on his kind of miniature physiology. But yeah, he's clearly taken some damage from these kind of the sustained blows. Okay. Triss.
And a move that will surprise absolutely no one. Blast. I'm going to do it. The dude who stood on the crates, kind of in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to just do both for him.
Okay.
Both barrels, so to speak.
Yeah. So that's 19, 20. Thanks, Jason.
That is going to be 2 hits. So roll me up damage for that, please.
That's the 2d10. So that was 21. Yeah, 2d10. So it'd be 1d10
21.
plus 5. Yeah, 21.
Okay, so kind of again, these kind of bolts just pummel this guy, and he kind of staggers backwards, kind of under the impact of it all. Right. Anything else, Triss? I wonder what Yendon's doing next time.
Actually, that being said, I'm just going to pop myself a little bit back further into here.
Mm-hmm.
Might live to regret that. That's me.
Okay, so the guards are up now. Now these guys are kind of on the payroll, and they've just seen their boss getting attacked. So kind of both of these guys are going to kind of fire at Rulin. So I may as well roll them all at once, I suppose. Same stats and everything.
Oh, okay.
Or because you'll catch one of them.
Yeah.
So that's going to be, definitely 2 hits. And 9 plus 16's a miss for you, isn't it? So 2 hits, one of which you catch. So that's
it reduces the damage, but
you're probably going to get more than a D8 plus 4, aren't you? It's,
yeah. Yeah, just do it that way then.
So the other one that gets through is going to be 10 damage to your room.
Just picture me catching a crossbow bolt while he's fighting a boss with his spear.
At fairly close range as well, yeah.
So sick.
Okay. The homunculus.
Okay, then the homunculus is going to fly over behind the guy who's trying to get him, because he's trying to fuck his shit because this thing is breaking the product, right? It's going to fly over around the other side of him, taking cover behind these boxes, and it's going to use the help action to give me advantage on the next turn. It's going to be like, flanker alert, flanker alert.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Titus then, I guess we roll off for the you're probably going first. Yep.
Yes. Well, Titus is angry.
No.
This little orc's really pissed him off. And I know we were all really excited to see him use the shove action. But he's really big right now, and he's really angry. So he's going to pull out Hellfire's Embrace.
The shove action would be done with advantage.
Excuse me?
The shove action is a strength throw, so you'd get advantage since you're big.
Yeah, but I do less numbers. So I'm gonna attack the orc with my double-handed axe, which is +2, with everything I have. So, sorry, guy.
It's okay. I've just got the thing of no, you can't go through combat without doing roleplay. And you're like, haha, axe go brrr.
Damage go. Brrr.
Are you saying you just swing in combat? Yes.
Yes. Okay, so yes, let's go, bro. Oh,
Oh my lord.
so that's gonna be. That's gonna be 2d12 and 4d4. Oh no! That's 21 plus 6. That's 27 damage for the first one.
27 damage. Okay, so
3 1s. Fucking hell. Oh.
Okay, I need to take a
yes, and because it was a crit, the axe is particularly bloodthirsty, so that's going to be a disadvantage.
That's okay. We got it.
We get a plus d4 at least anyway.
Wouldn't make a difference.
Yes, plus d4. It will. Because that will be 14 down.
So, Titus, you kind of feel again this kind of energy of the axe that you haven't really kind of used for a while, but as the kind of the blood slicks the blade, kind of that malevolent kind of bloodlust returns to you. So it's going to be d6 necrotic. 3. It's not terrible.
Okay.
You can kind of almost hear the laughter in the back of your mind.
Fun. Let's do it again.
No way.
Oh, Jesus.
This is the payback for all those rolls at the start when we're trying to escape.
I was wondering.
Oh, that is
So
unlucky.
that is just that's only 23 that time.
3. Okay.
I only did nearly 60 damage this turn.
That's what you think.
Oh yeah, oh that's true. He's raging. So
And another Constitution save at disadvantage because another crit.
yeah, I know.
Man, what are the odds of that?
I know.
Take a +5 to the roll.
It's
Oh shit.
Oh,
Yeah, it's a crit
Yeah,
fail.
all right,
That's-
decent.
The kind of after such a long time away and with such brutal slaughter at hand, you find it very difficult to resist this, Titus. You're enjoying this just as much as the axe is, it seems.
I really have been.
So that's an additional 8 necrotic.
8.
5 plus 3.
Oh my god. Okay. All right. Let's get back to the shield. All right. That was fun though. Wow.
Catharsis achieved. So yeah, you guys,
Man getting 2 crits back to
you just watch as Titus kind of like regains his posture, just like heaves out this kind of what is now a, this thing's as large as kind of you'd expect for a creature of this size to be wielding, and he just kind of brings the thunder down on this poor orc who like tries to block it, but it just like you may as well not have bothered. Kind of the axe just forces his sword down, and Titus just kind of bellows and kind of mixture of just rage and glee as the blood flows. Yendorn, from where you stood, you kind of notice the axe is glowing a little bit.
Mm.
You get a very bad feeling about that.
Oh, well, let's get 2 crits again, bro.
Okay, so
Oh, fuck.
I'm assuming you're probably not going to be wanting to move anytime soon, Titus.
I mean, no.
Okay, cool. So Volton's turn. So he's going to kind of use his bonus action to take a cunning action disengage. And he's going to kind of hop down here, and kind of shimmy behind his guards. You can see he's clearly like trying to get their attention. I mean, they're obviously reloading their crossbows, but he's just trying to make sure. And Rooney hasn't been particularly fond of your attention, so he's going to be putting his next attack into you here.
Mm-hmm.
So 1 hit, 1 miss. D10 plus 4. So you take 8 damage. You gotta try and dodge it, but you've obviously been busy with these crossbow bolts.
Yeah.
And this one does kind of manage to catch you in the shin.
Oh man, I want to catch at least 1 bullet before the end of this fight.
Yes, dude, bulletproof monk over here.
It's alright, just get Havel to shoot at you later.
We need to test out these
hold
these
this apple on
pointy
your head.
boomsticks.
Alrighty. And that is actually going to be him for now. He's kind of, reaching into his pocket, kind of pulling out some of these casings and kind of slotting them into an opening underneath. But yeah, he's clearly not a fan of the spear. Alrighty, Torek.
All right. I'm going to run to the flanker. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to make a ranged spell attack on him. I'm
Okay.
going to use that glass arrow that's covered in drugs. On the motherfucker.
Feel my pain.
Heal it. Right. I'm going to use it as like a ray of sickness. So I need to make an attack roll.
Okay.
With advantage, thanks to Homie.
Mm-hmm.
Cool, that's a 22.
Hits.
Oh, yes. And then it'll be 3d8 plus 5 damage,
Okay.
plus whatever effect you may deem for the drugs. So that's 21 damage.
So you can kind of see now that this guy, he's not looking healthy, put it that way. He's got wounds that should probably have killed him. But you can kind of see that this drug is acting as a bit of a stimulant, and he is kind of alive, albeit just. But he is kind of like, wide-eyed now. You can kind of not quite tell for sure, but you suspect there's probably some kind of, foam around his mouth from personal experience.
That's fucked. Can't wait to use it on that tiefling bastard.
Yendorn.
Oh boy, here he is. Here comes the spirit mace. Whoa.
Here come that mace. Oh shit, what up?
And it's going to take a swing at the one Titus is having a big old battle with.
And it is going to miss.
Bugger. And I'm going to try. Let's shoot a crossbow bolt into the same guy.
Okay.
That's an action. I think I only get like +1 with it. Oh. It's a +4, so that's 16.
Also a miss. You just can't quite get the shot between like Titus's swinging limbs. As he's just kind of like laying into this orc.
Cool. It's a productive turn. Great. I'm going to kind of slightly get into cover behind barrels and end my turn. And I'm going to hop off there because I'm up early tomorrow. So if someone could take Yandorn.
Yeah, if anyone's got D&D Beyond up and wants to take over for Rich's turns.
swing with the mace and.
I have great
heal
experience
people.
with casters, so I will take.
Okay. My spell slots are all on my
accounted
area.
for there. Yeah.
Don't put that hate on me.
They're all up to date.
Don't put that hate on me. Guy, you go.
Yeah. Cheers. See you later, guys.
See
See you,
you,
Rich.
So,
Guy, you play. Don't put that hate on me, please. Please, caster.
Don't put that what on you?
Heat.
Ah, right. No, you'd
Well,
be fine.
We can work that out when the time comes, I guess. So this guy up here, kind of bleeding from multiple wounds. You see him kind of like raise his hands up, probably one last time, and he casts Ice Storm. And he is going to be casting that in a 20-foot radius. So he's actually going to be casting it kind of around here because he can't quite see close enough to get Yendorn in there. But it is going to be affecting, you four here. So I am going to need all of you to make a Dex saving throw of a DC 16. Now, Titus, this is behind you, so you can't actually see it. So
Made it
for you.
Aha, but also. Wait, I don't my shield out. Fuck. Aha!
Oh,
Okay.
Son of a...
So you guys
Who rolled lowest?
that Havel did. So
Oh wait.
Or +5 help.
What?
Or +5 help.
+5 help?
You don't know.
Oh, +4 from thingy. Yeah.
Yeah, it would help.
so you get a D4 from Yendorn.
mhm.
Bless.
Right. Okay. So I just need to roll that. 16.
Okay, so
Using right.
you'll pass. So you're only going to take half damage from this. So I'll roll it up. Actually, I suppose I'll have to roll a physical separately because of Titus. In fact, Titus is resistant to it, so half damage. You won't take any physical. So we'll do 2d8 first. Everyone else takes half. Chaz, you can just ignore this. Uh, 9. So take 4 damage, the 3 of you. And then we'll do the worst. Once I've jotted all that down, problem with physical notes.
Crispy, how much do you say I take off that?
And the cold damage. So that is going to be 4d6. And then you'll all half this. $11. So take another 5 damage, everyone there.
How much was the first bout of damage for me, Christy?
It doesn't do anything.
Okay, I really wasn't being picky. I really wasn't.
It's about to say that crab is never far away.
Did I take 5 from the
5 from
that?
from the cold damage, yeah.
Okay.
Alrighty, so like he seems pretty tired after that. Like you can see that like that's really taken out of him, Torek. To the point where he's not even going to move because he's just too knackered.
Whew. This guy's knackered.
Okay, so the mimic is going to make another dex save to try and get out of that. And it is going to fail. Oh wait, no, because of its advantage because of its skin. So it has another shot, which it also fails. Well, there goes my cool gimmick for this fight.
It's 3d6, isn't it?
Alright. Okay, he's not taking tons of damage, but he is being slowly chipped away.
Yep. Well, damage is damage at the end of the day.
So the tentacle things, it's not specific to hostile creatures, is it? So if any of us enter it,
Yeah,
that's
it's
an effect.
Yeah,
it
it's
is just
an
a
effect.
creature.
Okay. What about standing on top of barrels? Would that crates? Would that get you out of reach? Or
No, that would be still within the area.
Okay.
Okay, so the mimic is done, and then the orcs. So he's stood in there too. Oh, he's barbarian actually, so he gets the advantage. But I don't. No, he doesn't need it after that. So he's again just ignoring this trivial kind of nerdy caster shit, and is just brawling it out of Titus. So he's going to make his free attacks against you with his bonus action frenzy. So first one. Although you have your great axe out now, so your AC is only 18, isn't it? So that is going to be a hit. Next one. Also a hit.
Fucked. I'm gonna stone.
And one miss. So that is going to be 4d6 plus 8, and then halved because it's physical.
I'm gonna stone's endurance it.
Okay, let's work it out. So 19 plus 8, 27. Half of that is going to be what, 13 when rounded down.
So you said
was that
13.
4? Yeah. So was
Well,
that
-9.
minus 9? So you take 4 damage from it. As he kind of tries to chip into this kind of larger scale Titus. You can see that the cuts really aren't having that much of an effect. But he's still going at it. Okay, end of that round. Krill and Havel.
okay. I'll go.
Alright. Yeah.
Try something potentially stupid here, but here we go anyway. So it's skirting around the outside, so going 1,
Okay.
2, 3, drop into there. Oh. Alright, okay, so Volton's inside the area. Okay. So I can hit all 3 of these guys then.
Yep.
Which is what I'm going to try to do. So I'll attempt to hit Volton with the spear. Get my dice. Oh, look at that. Beautiful.
The crits at this table tonight, honestly.
Right, double damage. 2d8. 18 damage.
Mm-hmm. So,
How's he looking at this point?
he's just had a spear in him, so he's not happy.
Looking a bit worse for wear, yeah. And let's say, we'll go for a stunning strike on that one as well.
Okay. DC 14. He fails that one.
Nice. He's now stunned.
Okay.
Okay, so second spear attack I'll make against guard number 2.
Okay.
What's 10? 22.
Hits.
Is he
No.
Oh, no, you don't get any bonus for being restrained anyway, I don't think. Except for advantage. Right.
Guard 2's not restrained anyway.
No, okay. Just checking. That's 10 damage.
Okay.
And stunning strike on him as well.
He passes that
He
one.
passes.
The plate armor just kind of deflects the blow.
Okay, and then bonus action flurry of blows. One attack each against guard 1 and 2. So let's do number 1 first.
Mm-hmm.
plus 8.
Hits.
2. Okay. Let's do 6 plus 10 damage.
Okay.
And right now, because I'm attacking 2 separate targets here, can I force 2 of the special effects?
Hmm.
I'll tell you what.
If you spend
I'll be
2
honest
key
about
points,
what my plan is. All my plan is to do flurry of blows to force, like, hit them both to force them to not be able to take a reaction.
well, I don't know. If you were willing to spend the extra key point, I'd let you make an effect on each of them. That's how I'd work that. Because
No,
otherwise,
that's too much. That. All right. So I'll force guard number 1 then to not be able to take a reaction, and then
does he need to roll for that? Or?
That's a crit. No, it's just an automatic. He can't take a reaction.
Can't take a reaction. Okay,
And then that's a crit fail.
Yeah. So you, as you kind of go to attack guard number 2, guard number 1 kind of preemptively takes his reaction and makes an attack against you with his spear, which hits. So that's going to be. Oh, actually, he's using it 2-handed, isn't he? Never mind, ignore that. Oh, never mind. So it's going to be 6 damage, Rulin.
All right, and then I'll move away, triggering an opportunity attack from number 2.
Yep. So another attack. Oh,
Nice.
giveth and receiveth. So +4, another 15 damage on top of that.
Okay.
As you kind of try and dash out, the kind of reach afforded to him allows him to kind of dig it into kind of the back of your leg as you kind of hop over the crate.
Yep.
Alrighty, Havel.
Cool. This is fun. He's gonna step back up onto a little barrel.
I'm climbing something.
I know, right? Fucking imagine
that.
that. It's gonna make 2 attacks, but I just want to do them separately at first because I kind of want to see how it goes. So first attack will be on this guy, the Mystic.
Roll me that, please.
And it's got Hunter's Mark from last round as well. So
Hits.
that's 27, yeah. This +5. So that's 13.
So you kind of just slot an arrow straight through this guy's kind of panting mouth. And as you do, the kind of the ice storm around you kind of dissipates.
Mint. Yeah, that's what I did wonder. So if I was taking a shot like through this gap past,
Well, Titus is big, and he is in all 4 of these squares now.
oh, so he is like completely 100% blocking.
He's a beefcake, so yeah, that's a lot of visibility taken up there.
Air. So there's not really much I can do. Like, is a shot I could take at disadvantage, or is it just a straight up not a chance?
I think at this point it's probably a line of sight thing.
Yeah.
So I don't think you're going to get a shot at that range as well.
Ah, fair enough. At this point, actually, that's a query because I've never done this or had this before. Because obviously I can do 2 attacks in a turn.
Yeah.
If I've made 1 attack but can't see anyone else, are you allowed to move in between attacks or?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Sick. Is that 1, 2, 3, 4? Wouldn't make it. So I'm actually going to use bonus action to use a spyglass. If that's all right.
Okay.
And I'm just going to pop myself on top of this here?
Sure. So you kind of re-emerge on top of these crates, kind of looking over this melee here.
Amazing. Let's do that. Oh, shit's going down. Titus has got him. I think he's good with that. I'm gonna aim at the midget.
Okay.
Next shot's gonna be at Volton, knowing that he's the one calling shots. So that's a 24.
Hits.
Right. 1d8 plus 5, so that's only 6.
So yeah, you hit him. But it's not going to bring him down.
Yep, that's fine. And then just step down there. And that's me. All done.
Alrighty. Triss, you're up.
Yeah, I can speak here. Yeah. So because I can ignore hard, is there anywhere that I would actually be able to get a vantage point past tight? Or is
If you
that
could
just
kind of probably get up on a crate or something to either side of him,
okay?
but he's blocking that floor kind of channel there.
And then I'm gonna just like scooch up on that. I'm not gonna do that at all. Scooch
That's
up on
it.
this crate.
It's the
Apparently
hitbox for that's going to be a bit odd, but that would be probably another 5 foot
Okay.
up, yeah, per crate. So you kind of position yourself there, get more of a line of sight, yeah.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna second watch or vision.
Called Eldritch.
I'm gonna Eldritch Blast the mimic.
Okay. So advantage because it's restrained.
So do them both as at once.
Yeah.
So that's
Hits.
23.
And second one. Crit. There have been a lot of crits tonight. Holy
Wow.
On both sides as well.
shit. Yeah.
25.
25. So again, just more damage into this creature as it's kind of bound in the tentacles. You can just kind of see it writhing, but I mean, you don't really know what a wounded carpet looks like. So,
Some gaps in the stitching.
I'm surprised it's in the party.
just sits on the carpet and just breaks it. Okay, cool. Right, and the guards. So they're I'm not really sure what to do now. I kind of look to Volton for direction, but he's kind of busy reloading and
Well, he's stunned.
yeah, exactly, and in no position to give orders. I completely forgot he was stunned. Let me grab one of my little status cards.
Will also mean I'm not going to be a knobhead rules lawyering, but actually no, yes, I am going to be a knobhead. He would auto fail his thingio dex check
On this next turn.
on his turn.
Although that does mean number one needs to make his. Yeah, so he's fine. Kind of kicks away the tentacles, but he knows that in plate armor he's not going to be, great at climbing over all these crates, so he's not even going to try.
Instead, he throws a grenade.
Yeah, he's instead going to whip out his kind of crossbow, as is the other one. They're both going to fire at this new exposed target who's given them such an easy shot. So they're going to make 4 attacks against Triss. They're all going to hit.
Oh,
So what's this going to be? Plus 16, and then so that's going to be 28 damage to Triss. So Triss, you kind of stand up onto this kind of little crate here. You blast the mimic, and then just get riddled by crossbow bolts. As these kind of still well-disciplined soldiers just kind of see the target of opportunity and take it. But you kind of like, have the wind just punched out of you, and you can kind of feel again that very unpleasant sensation of kind of wooziness starting to creep up on you.
aren't you glad you took those extra hit points?
Mhm. The other one, though, is how we're going to see some sense, and he's actually going to kind of step away from his boss and out of the tentacly death zone. So he's going to fall back a little bit. And Triss, I'm going to need you to make 4 separate concentration checks, please. All of them DC 10. So this time, gritting your teeth isn't going to cut it. The kind of tentacles kind of flicker for a moment, and then kind of release their grasp on this mimic. Who is finally going to actually fucking do something.
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna.
Oh wow! Look at this interesting enemy.
What a nice little gimmick. Oh wait.
Sorry.
It's fine. It's fine.
Do not be sorry for that.
It's exactly what the spell is for. So not something you should be ashamed of. Guy, the homunculus' turn.
Okay, Homie is going to, now that the guy he was messing with is rendered a little helpless, Homie's going to, sorry, I'm just checking my spell list. Didn't update that last time. Homie's going to go to a very high vantage point, and one of the enemies was stunned, right?
The halfling, yes.
Cool. He'll take advantage of that and do a ranged attack on him.
Mm-hmm. Good advantage.
Cool. I think I get a +5 to the roll.
Hits.
That's 21. And damage is 1d4 plus 2. So 4 damage. Force.
4 damage. Okay. So yeah, you kind of see him stunned, and then you just kind of take the opportunity to just kind of zero in a bolt from the homunculus. Kind of puts it square in his back. Well, the halfling's stunned anyway, so Titus, go ahead. Oh, have we lost Chaz?
Jazz. Hello.
Ah, there we go. There we go. Continue.
I said seeing Triss hit by 4 crossbow bolts was pretty sobering for him. So he's going to do the responsible thing, go for his shield again.
Mm-hmm.
And with his obviously still raging, still reckless, he's going to go for the orc with his hand axe. Oh fuck! I didn't get a chance to hit it twice. Wow, that's really annoying. Wow, now I'm going to take twice as long. Sorry, everybody. Holy shit. God fucking damn. Well, I'm still a size larger and I'm still blessed. So there it is. God damn it, Titus. Holy shit. That's 24 damage for the first one.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
The second one. That was so nearly a 20. Did anybody see that? It's a 15. So
So that one doesn't connect, but the first blow was good. You're pretty sure you felt something a crunch.
Good. Is he's still
He's still on his feet and he's still
Right.
grinning.
bonus action? I'm going to shove him, and I'm going to try and blast him back into the crates over here with my
Okay.
shield. For the first time ever, you guys, and I get advantage because I'm a size larger.
For the first time in forever.
Oh, fuck. Well, that's not great. That's 12.
That doesn't do it. Being
Wait,
obviously large.
hang on. I think I missed. I think I did it wrong. Hold on. Let me just give me two seconds. Either knock it prone or push it away from you. It's a contested, so it's athletics versus athletics or acrobatics.
Okay.
Either knock the target prone or push it 5 feet away. That's not too good.
Okay, so your roll still stands at 5. Let's see what York gets.
So with his athletics, that's plus 7.
4. The 5's enough to do it.
Okay. Well, this doesn't get a reaction attack.
It doesn't because it's a construct.
Okay.
And even
Well-
then, if you're pushed, it doesn't make one. It's only if you choose to move.
Well, I'll just knock him prone then instead. I'll just
So you kind of knock him to the ground with a kind of a bash from this large, heavy metal shield.
Is that the Orky?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, I like the new counters.
I've always had them. I've only just started using them. Cool. So the halfling is still stunned, which means it's Torik's go.
Cool. If I stood in this square here, would I be able to make a melee attack against the orc? Probably not, right?
The crate would be in the way, really. Between that and Titus, you'd have a very hard time getting a melee weapon through that gap.
Yeah, I was fearing that may be the case. Still wanting to do some good. I think I'm going to. If I do, most of my spells are concentration. So if I do it, Titus loses his size, and I don't want him to lose his size just yet.
Curse of concentration spells.
The
curse of concentration.
Yeah. I'm actually going to move 5 here. Could I make an athletics roll to try and get over this crate?
Yes, you could. It's obviously for you fairly tall.
Yeah, it's quite difficult. Oh no, that's a 5.
Tarek, you try and scamper up it, but you can't really get a finger hold, and you just kind of slide back down.
Oh, that's embarrassing. I take a 5-foot walk of shame behind Titus and use my bonus action to hit Triss with a healing bolt.
Okay, roll that up, please.
Cool. So, Triss, you will heal 14 health.
Takes her up to a respectable 17. Alrighty. Ended as well, aren't you guys? So,
I'm done. For the turn.
yep. So take Yendorn away.
Oh, flip. Shit, I didn't expect I'd actually be playing Yandorn. I'm really sorry.
That's all right.
Of course, Yandorn's the last. It's alphabetical. Let's just make him play it nice and safe.
Well, I'll clue you in. I know what your bonus action is going to be.
Yeah, the bonus action is may as well just roll up the spirit mace on this prone target.
So advantage. Hits.
And what's the damage of the spirit mace? Sorry,
D8.
Yeah.
1d8 plus 5.
Holy shit!
It's such a powerful spell for a bonus action, which isn't concentration.
Anyway, Triss is on the lowest health here. So I think Yandorn's going to move 1, 2, touch her ankle here and cast a Cure Wounds.
Okay.
And he'll do it at level 2 Cure Wounds. Yeah, that'll probably be all right. So it'll be 2d8 plus 5. Thank you. So that'll be another 12 health there, Triss.
Okay, 29. Looking more like
he'll
it.
just use the rest of his movement to come round this way. There. Awesome.
Okay. Cool. So, Triss, you kind of again starting to get familiar with this kind of feeling of Yendorn and Torik's healing. You kind of steady yourself a little against the crate and manage to kind of pull out a couple of bolts. But it is... Oh, the Mystic's dead. Forgot about that. It is now the Mimic's turn. Huzzah. So he is going to kind of just kind of go almost sideways the carpet, wriggle up between the two crates and just attack Havel there. I don't think I can actually get much closer with that due to the hitboxes. So he's going to make 2 attacks against you there, Hal. So that is going to be a 16 and a... What would that be? 18? Yeah, 16 and 18.
So, I have a query.
Mm-hmm.
Because I've got multi-attack defense, which is after the first hit, or after the first attack that hits, I get plus 4 AC to any subsequent attack. So would that be the first one that hit with the 16, then plus 4 on the next one, or?
Yeah, that would do it.
Okay, so...
I'll remember that next time I'm doing it. Although, actually, that being said, having been hit by 1 attack, due to the adhesive skin of this thing, you would be grappled. So it would be with advantage. So we might have to roll another dice on that. But I'll do the damage for that first one while we're at it here. So it's going to be 4d4 piercing and 1d6 poison.
What?
It's almost like this was the main gimmick of the fight. It's a 16 damage there, Havel, and you are now grappled.
That one is not right.
Which means it needs to make an additional roll to be at advantage of that second one, but the first dice will keep, which wasn't enough. Neither is this one.
Oh, thank God.
So you kind of find yourself just basically kind of rolled up in this carpet as it kind of starts to just gnaw on your shoulder.
Cool. Yeah, that's... Yeah.
It's a familiar feeling, hey babe.
Oh boy, I'm glad that got to do something this fight. The Orc's turn. So he is, quite frankly, loving it. So he is just going to spend his movement to get back up and just keep laying into Titus. Like, it's probably not the most strategic thing for him to do, but he's just having a good time. So
is Titus. That's
you just
great.
you didn't reckless last time, did you? So it was just going to be the.
I did not. Yeah.
I'll roll them all at once then. And the sword just kind of batters against this overly large shield. There's just no opening. You kind of just hear the clunks, but he doesn't get through.
Titus is just laughing maniacally.
And that's the end of that round. So, quick metagaming poll. I know it's getting fairly late. Don't know how much longer people want to do this, but I'll put this to the crowd. Do you want me to kind of properly balance this fight so it's not a complete do-over, or do you want to keep going as we are and finish a bit faster?
I don't know, something about kind of doing over, and I'm guessing you mean like just changing the fight up so it's finished a bit faster, right?
Well, at the moment, this is not a balanced encounter. Really, this is a bit under level for you guys.
I see.
Is there any chance for pausing at this stage to come back to it and then do it balances?
I mean, yeah, we could. It's the end of a round, so we could easily
It's
do
getting
that.
a little bit late for me, but it would be nice to kind of see it out.
Yeah, I could get Rich back involved in it.
It'll be 2 weeks until we do get to do it, though.
Yeah, but we have to be up in about 6 hours.
Yeah, that's,
same here.
Okay, so we'll do that then, if that's a popular opinion.
Yeah, it's fine by me.
Cool. Well, good use of your ability there, Triss. That really kind of neutered the mimic for a hell of a while.
Yeah, that was sick.
It's nice to cast a spell and it actually do something. Because normally they fall flat.
Yeah, so you say about rebalancing it, but if it weren't for the fact that it had been restrained, it would have been fucking tearing the shit up.
Quite possibly. Cool. Well, we'll pick up start next session then.
Cool. Yeah. In 2 weeks.
Thanks.
Let's do it.